Hello, and welcome to Nova, which is the name of our 10-year-old Minecraft world slash server. So we first created, I should say, my brother first created this world initially as a single player world in December of 2013. I joined him in split screen on the PlayStation 3, and then a year or so later, when this world moved to PS4, my PlayStation 4 console was effectively used as a dedicated server for this world for a good couple of years. During which a lot of our friends joined and built stuff, and we all staked out our own little claims and drew up borders and built our bases and stuff. And now, ever since 2020, late 2020, when they brought Bedrock Realms to PlayStation, we were able to convert our world from Console Edition, Legacy Console Edition, which is a different version of Minecraft built by 4J Studios. We were able to convert the world over to Bedrock, which I'm fairly sure everyone is familiar with. It's basically the version that runs on phones, tablets, consoles, etc. Anyway, so 10 years old. My intention for this video is just to run through what we've built in those 10 years. I actually have another video up on my channel that goes into real serious technical detail behind how old the world is, what updates it went through, stuff like various glitches and weirdness to the world because it is so old, and how certain updates have affected it, as well as some lore and stuff like that. So if you want a really technical overview of the world and the different versions it's ran on, and I guess the different types of servers we've ran, if you count PlayStation 4 as a type of server, then you can go see that. This is just a nice little walkthrough of what we've built in the world. So this is the spawn point. It didn't used to look like this, obviously. This is sort of in my brother's original territory, and he's kind of decorated it, made it a bit nicer to spawn in, because initially it was just, I think you spawn in like a little tree, standing on top of a tree in the middle of this river. So yeah, I guess I'll take you through. So this is the sort of what we call the I guess the old continent, and I'm sure I'll flash some images on screens about different parts of the map I'm talking about, but we basically, this is what is called the old continent, or the core regions, I guess. This is the original PS3 era landmass, and this is pretty much exclusively where me and my brother, pardon the voice break, me and my brother built our bases. So this is my brother's base, and again, like I said, this was built back in 2013 during the PS3 days. I'm trying to get a good angle. Basically, he has built these walls that are filled with lava, the intention being that if any monsters came over, they'd fall in and he could have a nice protected base. But yeah, it's all pretty cool. Again, very old base, but so you might see some old architecture here, but yeah, this is where he kept all his PS3 era stuff. He still keeps a lot of stuff here. Over the years, he's kind of added to it. I don't know. Yeah, over here. So this is like a little bedroom sort of place that he built. I believe he has a little map room down here. He does. Okay, this is yeah. Like I said, we call this place the kind of core region. This island here, this is what was generated during the PS3 days. Me and my brother, this is the only landmass we had the run of. World sizes were limited back then, so you couldn't go any further even if you wanted to. It was this core home landmass. During the PS4 era, and you can kind of tell by how unnatural the terrain looks. The PS4 era, when we first migrated to PS4, we didn't, I believe the limit to world sizes on PS3 was one map. On PS4, sorry, it was 5x5 maps. And then obviously Bedrock version has infinite world gen. So yeah, this is where we are at the minute, and this is where we expanded to during the PS4 era. This is where I kind of went over to during the PS4 era. My brother kind of stayed around here. Our other friends went north and colonized the north. And during the Bedrock era, which I believe some of this terrain is, but I could be wrong, some of my brother's friends went way down south and set up some little bases there. So I don't know if we'll be able to find that. We'll go looking, but it's kind of cool because it's in the middle of nowhere and it's abandoned now. So, alright, anyway, that gives you some context on the world. And the world, just to let you know, if you're at all familiar with file sizes for Minecraft worlds, this world is about 1 gigabyte in size now, running on Minecraft Realms, so it's pretty big. It started out, I think, at the end of the PS3 era, it was like, it wasn't that big at all. I think it was like 90 megabytes, and now it's literally about more than 10 times that size. Anyway, so this base, like I say, there's not too much functional going on in it because it was PS3 era and we were very new to Minecraft. We have a basic farm here. We have a nice little bathhouse, if that's the name for it. Pool, sauna, here. And I guess if I was to, and we have a nice little lookout point there. I'll see if I can get up here because this would be good. Just to show you guys an overview of the base itself. So I believe we go in here, we go down here. I'm very familiar with this base on account of literally running around it during diplomatic negotiations with my brother for like the past 10 years. Well, I should say, because world sizes were limited in the PS3 era and partly during the PS4 era, we would have been negotiating over territory and borders a lot, so not so much nowadays because world size is unlimited, and that pains me a little. I almost miss world sizes being limited for that reason. But let's see if we can get a good view of the base. Let me see. Yeah, there it is. So pretty cool. Obviously it's been added to over the years. You can see a distant dock over there. That's been added to. That building there has been added to. But the general walled structure and mostly everything in it was PS3 era. This little island was PS4 era. And that wall in the distance, that big, I guess, you could call it almost a Berlin Wall. Those diplomatic negotiations I was telling you about when we expanded during the PS4 era, we were able to colonize new lands. We were pretty upset with each other back then, so I built that wall saying, don't go any further past this point because everything beyond this wall is mine. And yeah, some nice statues and stuff, so that's pretty much it. I guess I'll bring you guys through to closer to that sort of wall / water, and then I can show you the PS3 era base that I built, which actually has some interesting lore behind it. Player created lore, that is. But still, it's not all entirely made up. You'll see what I mean in a bit here. Anyway, I'll show you. I should have a boat for this. The intention was, my brother was wanting to have the waterways of our world be very navigable, but we didn't end up committing to that too hard. So this is like a nice little island, or hill I should say, nice little trees. I believe, don't know what's down here. I think this is just kind of, yeah, he walled off the island. He has some, I guess, rooms down here. Yeah, little farms. Nothing crazy, but I guess it's a pseudo living space. So if we go back upstairs, I can show you some of the interesting parts of this little piece of the world. So if I recall correctly, 8 years ago, that's when we kind of started, maybe a bit longer, when we first started messing about with the Nether dimension. And it was still very dangerous to us back then. We were still very scared of it. For some reason this portal isn't activated. But that might have been because we had a big period of trying to properly link all our portals to the overworld. And that might have been fucking with one of them, pardon my language. So that's maybe why it's turned off. But yeah. Yep, as you can see, a bunch of Nether stuff here. So I guess this was like a little Nether forward operating base that we had back in the day. Some lore. there as well, which is pretty cool. Which is part of the appeal of this world, I guess. All the player crafted lore, and as more players join, you come up with more silly stories and come up with more, I guess, stories about the way we operated in this world was if you joined, I mean, you could join with another person and help out their country, but we kind of ran it almost as, you draw up your own borders, you negotiate with other players what borders you have, you build up your own little country of sorts. Kind of like Civilization on PC, if you've ever played that. It's kind of like you build up your own wee country and have border disputes and things like that. Here's a monument referencing my invasion of my brother's territory. In a nutshell, we had built up, for the PS3 era anyway, an extensive railway, and I had contributed all the material for that. He didn't feel like he needed to repay me for that, so I did him with like 10 wolves and took all his diamonds, which is probably a low point in relations for our two states, which continue to be frosty to this day. Oh yeah, this is pretty interesting. So this is probably, there's a lot more, actually there is a lot more I want to show you of at least my brother's patch of land, but this is pretty cool. This is some fella who joined our world for like a day or two, and this was the house he built. This was back in like 2015, 2016 he built this. So he was like, yo, where do I set up my base? And my brother was like, well, you can set it up in my territory if you want. Built this little dirt hut with a bed and such. He ended up quitting after like 2 or 3 days, but we built a little grave for him because in our headcanon, I guess this was someone that lived on this island and died, which kind of is true because we haven't seen him since. So, but a little cool historical relic from all that time ago. And like I say, there was that big kind of Berlin Wall-esque thing that I had built, basically saying, don't come any further. That's my line in the sand, so to speak. I used to have, it used to be a lot taller, but it was unfinished, and my brother was constantly complaining to me, like, this looks awful, like, you're ruining my view, so can you fix that? So I went in actually fairly recently and tidied it all up and leveled it out, so looks a lot nicer these days. Yeah, so more cool statues and lore. I will show you guys the interior of this territory. I should say, there is a train station in this place as well, but we'll see that. We'll see that when actually, this is probably the last thing I'll show you from this piece of territory, and then we'll use the train station in this base to travel to my PS3 era patch of land, which I don't use anymore. But it's interesting just to see what was built. So, and man, I gotta tell you, on PS3 the draw distance was about 10 chunks. So I mean, you just wouldn't, it would just be foggy from here on PS3. PS4, when we were hosting it on that, because it was a local game that we were hosting, almost like a private Call of Duty lobby, the draw distance was 21 chunks, so it was similarly as good as this. When we migrated to Realms back in 2020, the draw distance, I feel it was like 9 chunks or 10 at a push. It was such an awful downgrade. And in recent years, they've bumped it to 12, which helped a lot, but I think about 6 months ago, they bumped it to 20, and you can see so much more. So I gotta give real credit to the Realms developers. They've done a really good job at, like, I've been paying the same price, which is about £5 a month for 4 years now, and they haven't upped it at all, and they've just kept increasing the server server performance and draw distance and stuff. So a lot of people give Realms slack, but I think it's a really good deal, and the fact that it makes servers accessible on console and mobile and tablet is awesome. So here's some of the interior of this territory. Probably one of the coolest things that was built was this massive castle. So let's go see. So again, this was built by my brother. I remember when he built this, so just for context, I can't see past this mountain, but my territory is like across this mountain, across the water. And when he built it, I could see it from my base, and we had a big dispute about, like, you know, you're ruining my skyline, and make that building a bit shorter. I seen it as an intimidation tactic, but so yeah, pretty cool. Like, oh, speaking of intimidation tactics, because he built this, I built this massive tower that to date might still be the tallest building in our world. There's one other region which might beat it, but yeah, that's sort of part of my territory there. The reason I built that tower was to just, I guess, build something cool in response to this. But yeah, so nothing too functional going on here. It's just a nice cool relic that he's built. I'll go up to the top here and see if I can get a better view. And then after that we can go to the train station and go see my base. So many rooms in this place. So yeah, here we go. Pretty cool, and you can see this is going to sound silly because it is just a castle, but I just love how many different levels there are and how many different floors there are and things like that. It just gives it a sense of vastness and mystery, which I like. Especially when you build these sorts of things over a number of years and then come back to them, it makes it feel all mysterious and vast, and you wonder, why was this built and why was that built? So yeah, okay, let's go back to the train station. Like I say, you can see some of my buildings from over here, but we'll use the train station. These buildings, there's quite a few of them around. I'm not sure. Some of them, I don't know, do all of them serve a functional purpose. One of them definitely is just a random bedroom. Don't know what it's for. It could have been for someone joining the server and someone who needed a room. But yep, so let's try and get back to the main city base, and then we can get the train. Other interesting facts about this world. I think over the years it's had 20-ish people come and go. Which, you know, don't get me wrong, this was never a big massive multiplayer server, but, you know, those 20 people, they're not kind of randomers off the internet. They're all sort of people we would know in real life. So 20 for 20 people, that's a pretty decent number for our small little Minecraft world. The reason I hesitate to call it a server, it is a server now because it's on Minecraft Realms, but back in the day when we hosted on PS3, it was split screen, local world. PS4, I'll say it was a server on PS4 because even though I was hosting the world on my own PlayStation, if people wanted to be able to join at any time, I needed to leave my PS4 running, and running Minecraft specifically. So this should bring us to my base. I didn't talk through that train station, but you got the vibe where there's a number of different railways that lead to different places. Not all of which I can remember, but some of them might include, like, there's one of our friends who joined, he built a massive big naval base, and it leads there, if I recall. Some of the other railways lead to other spots within my brother's territory, things like that. So lots of different cool little spots. It should be said, this railway system, back in the PS3 days, I don't know why we seen it as such a massive venture. I guess because all we knew was mining for different materials, and we weren't aware of farms and the like, but my god, this was, you know, we were so proud to get a cross-continent railway system going. Even though, it should be said, on Legacy Console Edition, these railways went a lot faster. Bedrock has much slower railways, which rendered a lot of this infrastructure a bit nerfed when we moved to Bedrock. Apparently the reason behind that is back in the day when they were running Pocket Edition on mobiles, which is basically what Bedrock is, if the railways were too fast, obviously the client devices couldn't load the chunks in time, so they just nerfed the hell out of them. and that continues to today for whatever reason. And I guess the reason they haven't changed it. Oh, some lore that I missed there. Actually, yeah, this was. You might see some dogs defending. Yeah, this was a big military checkpoint between my base and my brother's base, because after that big invasion I carried out and stole all his diamonds, the existing railway system we had, we shut it off, and I guess he stole diplomatic relations, but and that's a railway station that he built, but then I was like, no, I want to build my own railway station, so I'm going to trash it. And so this is my infrastructure here. Keep in mind, this was 10 years ago, so it's all cobblestoney and, you know. Anyway, this side of the railway leads to the new PS4 colonies. This way obviously leads to my brother's base, and this way leads to, I guess, making landfall at my PS3 era base, and that way goes towards what is now my current PS, or I guess Bedrock era base. There's actually, this rabbit fella has been here for like 7 years. He's just been trapped down here for ages. But he's never despawned, so I should probably give him a name. This is just out of interest. This Nether portal. During the Bedrock era, because railways in the overworld were super slow and the world was getting bigger and bigger, we created a vast Nether-based, cross-world railway system. So I'll show you guys that in a bit. We can maybe go there after I show you my PS3 era base. But it makes travel between all these locations a lot easier. And I guess originally this was built as like a little, if you were traveling on the railway after a long day, you could come home and sleep and have food on a table made of cobblestone. Don't know why I built this. Exit to Old Winterhell, suitable for horses. I call this place Old Winterhell because in the PS3, PS4 era, it used to snow here. It doesn't anymore. That's because they changed the world gen about 6 or 7 years ago, and now there is no snow. But you can still see some ice lying about, which is a relic of when it used to snow here. It now only snows at a high enough Y level, or height I should say, so they patched it so it still snows in this biome, so to speak. Oh shit, don't wanna creeper blow me up. It still snows in this biome, so to speak, but it only snows at a high enough Y level. Before, when this world was first created, it snowed at every Y level. So this is some lore stuff. Some dog who was a king used to live here, and I just said that he's buried. I should probably give you context as to why this place looks all abandoned and decrepit. This place used to be glorious, and you'll actually find a little hint here. This looks a bit glitchy, like it's been sliced in half, right? This actual mountain or hill. So this place used to be glorious. I had a lot built here, but during the PS4 era, when I saved the game one time, the game crashed and our world corrupted. So we could still play it, and my brother's base was fine, and everything else was fine. We might have lost some sort of historical artifacts, but this base, including our very oldest railway at the time, I don't know, like, picture chunks, right? So different chunks. It was like different chunks. So say, for example, if this is a chunk boundary here, this chunk just disappeared, and it kind of regenerated with the current world gen. So I had a slime farm underground that I used. It was deleted. A lot of buildings that were deleted. But rather than try and build everything up again, I thought it'd be cool if I made the remaining architecture look very decrepit. As if some big catastrophe happened here. So that's what I did. This was the old castle, my old capital city, if you will. This used to look glorious, but I think it looks cool that it's all abandoned and decrepit now, because this region did get fucked up by whatever corruption bug occurred on the Legacy Console Edition. So, and this was my very first base in this world, and like I say, it's abandoned and decrepit. But my very first base in this world was when me and my brother had a disagreement. There were, you know, could I stay at his base and what resources I wanted from him. He was like, no, you're too greedy, get out of here. So I dug down and created this little base, and obviously it's all ruined now. But I used to have a little farm here. Oh, should that be on fire? Oh, no. Some crafting stuff. Some stuff down here. And if you see any wacky looking signs, it's because I wanted to put up some creepy looking lore. Environmental storytelling, that's what they call it. So, and again, if you want to see any of that lore, that other video which discusses the updates, the timelines of the world, the real technical stuff, as well as the lore, that's on my channel. But this used to be where I would house animals, so cows, pigs, kind of a little underground farm, I guess. Don't know where those animals got deleted with the corruption. I remember that. I was really annoying because it was a pain to get them underground. This was pretty cool. This was Winterhellian New Irish Rail Link. So my brother's region was called New Ireland and mine was called Winterhell. This is the old start of the railway between our two regions. But because of the corruption bug and all the chunks that got deleted, I don't know how long this goes on for. I'm not going to follow that. But basically at some point, I dug up all the railway because I wanted it, but a huge section of this railway got blipped out of existence, and basically it got replaced with all cobblestone, and it was too much of a pain to dig through again and lay all new rail, so I decided to start anew. Cool thing here, right by my base are Minecraft tunnels, and this blew my mind back in PS3 days. Oh, yo! Monster spawner. I thought I had this blocked off. Interesting. But yeah. Don't know why it's not spawned anyone. Maybe I have blocked it off effectively enough. But yeah. Yeah, this blew our minds back in the day. That's a part of my base. That's like a little sauna, if you like. But yeah, it was cool to have that's what got our brains working with the lore. We were like, oh, who was here before us, and before we landed in this world, who built these things? And I guess that's part of the appeal of Minecraft, is spinning a tale. This used to be the central bank of Winterhell, and I had little records for back in 2014. Before the corruption bug, what gold, what diamonds were withdrew and for what purpose. You can see I must have paid Dylan 30 diamonds to fund the cross-country rail, 21 diamonds for the Imperial Tower. Oh, I must have used those diamonds to buy a lot of cobblestone off my brother, and then gold for New Ireland Winterhell rail funding, which was never paid back, and that's why we went to war. So, and all the money's gone. So Lord knows where it went. I probably took it, but I imagine I would have kept some there for historical records. This is a little attic area. So, resource attic I called it. And the cool thing about these is, like, this dirt, this netherrack, rotten flesh, these snowballs, these have been here for 10 years and they haven't been touched. Even this pickaxe. So it's kind of like old dusty stuff in your grandparents' attic. Like, it's literally stuff that just hasn't been touched in a decade. So I just keep it here because it's kind of cool to shift through and try and remember, why did you have these tools and what was I building and why did I need these materials, stuff like that. Anyway, and this was my little, oh shit, pardon my language again. I was gonna say, I'll just show you. I might try not to fall through this time. This used to be my little bed nook. But yeah, and one feature I really liked about this, back when it wasn't all decrepit, I had little windows with lava flowing down it, so I used to think, you know, okay, I'm in this big snowy cold place, but if I have these walls that are filled with lava, you know, like geothermal energy, that'll keep me warm. So that was pretty cool. Anyway, that's my first base in this world. Long since disused. It's probably been about 7-8 years since I've used it properly. And obviously the world got corrupted. This is my big mine. And you're going to look at it and go like, what are you doing? That is not the most... That is a horrible way to mine for diamonds and iron. But back to the PS3, PS4 days, I did not know that. It's worth noting, we never did anything crazy with this world up until maybe 2 years ago in terms of farms, industrial revolution, armor, weapons, enchantments. We just had this, Minecraft, we just built cool stuff. We didn't min-max anything. So I just mined through here expecting to find diamonds. I didn't have a care for what's the best Y level to find diamonds and things like that. Now this is cool. So this is built recently about 2 years ago. So Fort Silent Hill. It's built on in December 2022. Now this is where it gets really wacky tobacky, right? So this world was obviously created. This region, the chunks here were generated like 10 years ago, but with Caves and Cliffs update, they increased the height of the world as well as its depth. And the way I was telling you about, we like to ascribe lore to certain events. So, for example, the corruption of this place and all the chunks getting deleted. We have our own headcanon about, why did that happen, and what's the big mystery, and is there some evil force out there that destroyed this place? Well, wouldn't you know that when Caves and Cliffs released, right below this crippled region destroyed by a mysterious force, right below this region, because we could generate new chunks with Caves and Cliffs, an ancient city generated. And that's one of the interesting technical things about this world. Last I checked now in current seeds, if you're looking for an ancient city, you want to look for very mountainous regions, because ancient cities tend to spawn below them. But this is a taiga biome, it's nothing crazy. So I got everyone in the server together back in December 2022, going like, oh, holy crap, like we found an ancient city. And this was really cool to us because I really like ancient cities because it brings a bit of danger into Minecraft, and the warden's super scary, and there's a bit of challenge to it. I really like that kind of... It's not high difficulty, but it is, if you go in not knowing what to do, it's dangerous. That's what I like about it. And so, obviously, we've cleared this ancient city and everything like that, but it was super cool to get everyone together and go like, let's go explore this together. And I guess in our headcanon, we sort of thought, maybe... No one actually believed this, by the way. This is just us creating lore in our heads, but you'd think like, down here the mysterious cause between the corruption might be found and things like that. But yeah, believe me, we looted this place to high heaven, but we did it around, like I say, Christmas, but it was so fun to just loot this place with your friends and escape the warden and things like that. Just awesome. So I guess what's really cool about this place is literally that, it spawned beneath that corrupted, destroyed base, and we built a big base up above ground to secure it, and everyone would have beds there, and we could rest up before venturing down below. So just a really cool coincidence. I really loved how that worked out. And again, you look at, if anyone brought a current world up to you, I'm sure it's possible, but as far as I know, ancient cities, they typically spawn below big mountainous regions. So spawning below a taiga biome, whilst I'm sure isn't impossible, and I know someone in the comments might correct me and say actually it's very likely that ancient cities spawn below taiga biomes, but at least based on my research, it's very unlikely. So it's just a cool little quirk of this world. So let's go back up. And I can show you around some of this. Like I say, this was the first bit of infrastructure built in this region for like a good few years, probably half a decade, and it was purely because of the ancient city. So it was great. It really gave us a reason to come back and see the place. I also really like the name Fort Silent Hill. It's very spooky and alludes to greater forces at work. So yeah, the whole thing is like it's very militaristic. Here's a bunch. So we had basically got this base set up so that everyone had ready access to wool and stuff, so they could line the paths so that the warden wouldn't hear them. And on the 24th of December, Christmas Eve, hot damn. Yeah, we had a big Minecraft session. We placed all the looted stuff here. So, no one's really. We all agreed we'd kind of take our fill from it, but no one really has. I think it's just cool to leave here. That flag, by the way, that's the flag of my current country, I guess you could call it, in Minecraft. There's my brother's room, my room, nice little painting. These were rooms basically just for you to rest up in and get ready to storm the ancient city down below. That building's much the same, exact same layout. But we have a little fire here, which is cute. Now is probably a good time. I mean, if any of you are curious, I suppose I can show you this big tower that I was talking about earlier. Oh, little foxes. So this town, even though this town materially didn't get affected too much by the corruption, like most of the chunks are still here, all the little wolves, I had little wolves that all used to live in these buildings and they all got deleted, so. And now these foxes have moved in to take their place. But yeah, decrepit, abandoned, I wanted to make it seem spooky, so I did, rather than rebuilding the whole town, I kind of made it look a bit spooky. That's a creeper hole, I really should patch that. But yeah, this big tower, literally built in a response to my brother's big castle. And there is nothing going on in here. Whoa! Zombie villager? Anyway, yeah, I wanted to build stairs to go all the way up to the top. But as you can see, it doesn't really go anywhere. Like, I could keep going up, but the stairs stop at a point and you're just kind of looking down below, so. I really hope I have my boots on. I do. Okay. That's a close one. Alright. So, I guess now is a good time that we're going to So, this is the core PS3, early PS4 region. There is one other nation. Well, technically two. Very big bases that I want to show you around. That currently aren't hooked into the Nether railway system. And I keep poking those boys to get linked in, but they haven't done it yet. But anyway, the wider Nether rail system links out to all the other colonies from all the other people that have joined more recently. So I can show you that. Don't get me wrong, it's nothing. Oh, what am I doing? It's not this way. So each building, each point of interest, I should say, apart from those two big giant bases, which three bases, actually, so my brother's base isn't linked into the Nether rail network either. Don't get me wrong, aesthetically this is not pleasant, but it's functionally it's kind of cool, so. Ooh, holy shit, whoa, I really need to fix that. That is not good. How did that happen? Do I have any blocks? Jeepers. Yeah, let me real quick before I start talking about the Nether. Oh, a little cross. Those don't want that guy to see me. Those crosses, by the way, they were built so anywhere that was considered relatively safe or civilized in the Nether, we built those crosses. So you'll see them about, and they literally just symbolize that. They are designed to say, hey, there's civilization nearby. Let me patch this hole. Jeepers, I don't know how that happened. I need to fix that up with glass. Anyway, the beautiful thing about glass railways is you can see everything, and the guests do not care. They could look at you through the glass, and they don't care. You can see another railway there. So basically this, I guess for context. So the purpose behind this whole thing is because the world is so huge. I mean, if, for example, one of the bases that are built, if you were to try even sprinting there, even on a horse, from spawn, if you were to try to get there, it would take you 2 hours of solid trekking. This is actually the path to it here. So this is a railway that leads to our sword colony, which is... So this world is considered, even though PvP is enabled, we like to say it's PvE, like no one should be killing each other. But to... What is it? The Nether to overworld ratio is 8:1 blocks. Or rather, world to Nether block ratio. So 15 minutes times 8. Yeah, 2 hours. So the crazy thing about this is if I were to jump on this railway now, it would be 15 minutes of just sitting there waiting to get to our destination. That's how far away this base is. So you think, okay, 15 minutes is bad. 15, I should say, not 50. 15 minutes is bad. 2 hours of walking? Nah, forget about it. So, yes, anyway, I should introduce this place. So this is our Nether hub, if you like. Now, it is really scuffed. Like, I know it's not pretty. It's more function over form at the minute. I very amateurishly tried to build it in such a way to prevent monster spawning, which has worked, but it just looks ugly as sin. I can quickly walk you guys through what points of interest these lead to. So, Monument Island, so that's an underwater temple, built in 2017, or found in 2017, I should say. This is Historia, established much more recently in 2022. This is like a new base, but the natural landscape generation over there, my word, is beautiful. It deserves its own base. New Winterhell, this is my current base. So I discovered, it's basically a woodland mansion that I discovered in 2017, and still used to this day. This is the Nether Dimension Beachhead, established in September 2022, and this is designed so that you'll notice, like, this portal leads to the overworld spawn that I was in at the start of the video. You'll notice if you kind of come into the Nether, you're like, how do I actually get to the actual Nether without breaking blocks and stuff? This is designed to lead you to the Nether so that you can freely explore without needing to break out of railways or anything. Yet-Unnamed colony, 2 people joined and they made a pretty cool base down there, but they don't really play anymore and they never came up with a name for their base. So, and as you can see, it's not laid with rail yet. So that's Fort Silent Hill, where we just came from. End Dimension joint staging base. So this was built in 2017, but in 2021, 22, for the first time, we got the whole server together and we killed the Ender Dragon for the first time, if you can quite believe that. So the Ender Dragon hadn't been killed for 8 years, but that's, like I say, we just used this world to build cool stuff, and we didn't really care about min-maxing or getting the best gear or enchantments or progression. That changed in recent years, so. Old Commonwealth Dead Zone, that's what I call the big decrepit place, my PS3 era base that we were just at. It looks all destroyed. Coins Kingdom, really cool base down there. That's like a whole collection of colonies from new people who joined the server. Quite expensive, and fun fact, these fellas had started, they were well versed in the sort of technical aspect of Minecraft, like redstone farms, things like that, and that blew our minds. So then that washed back here, and I guess you could say an industrial revolution happened in the old world because of all that. Outer Haven, that is my PS4 era base, also got affected by the corruption bug, so similarly abandoned. And when it says Site of the Wither War, I had brought all my mates over, and as a prank I spawned like 3 withers, so we had spent a while killing those. This is one of the coolest places, the Winterland Joint Colony. So New Ireland, New Commonwealth Concordat, and O'Hara, so those are three people's nations. We had come together, and for Caves and Cliffs we decided to venture out and find new terrain generation. So, you know, the big hills, the big giant caves, stuff like that. And when we found it, we built a base, but we also created a lot of redstone farms and basically made an entire industrial district. So potent that some people boycott the use of this industrial district, but because it's just so, you get so much stuff from it. They believe in the old ways of mining for iron and things like that. My personal opinion, if you can do it in vanilla, it's canon. So, but yeah. But yeah, that's all that's not all of the regions in the world. I know I said that before, but it's not. But that's a lot of what goes on in this world. So I guess next, what I'll do is, I will show you the two big bases that are not linked in here, and these are sort of from people who had joined the world in about 2015, 2016. Now these are pretty cool, I'd say. Some of the coolest stuff I've ever seen built in vanilla Minecraft has been built here. So I'm going to cheat a bit and use my elytra, because I'm sure you guys don't want to see me travel all that way again. So let's go over here. And elytras, we also, like I said, we hadn't killed the end dragon until recently. So oh yeah, that's more funny stuff going on there. Crosses and fire. Lord knows what's going on there. Anyway, yeah. In terms of elytras, it blew our minds that these were a thing. Like, we were building so many railways, and you can see one here, thinking that we needed to connect the world a bit more, when elytras can just... Elytras, provided you have enough rockets, they just completely obsolete all these railways. So let's go up this way. Actually, yeah, I'll show you this first since we're in the area. I'll show you Outer Haven, which is my PS4 era base, and then we'll move on to the two other bases that I talked about. Now, how about this for an evil looking base, if the chunks will load in? There we go, look at that. So I had built this after my PS3 base got corrupted. I had built this. I found this really cool snowy island. Got a little carrot farm here. But I basically built this to be my new base. And as luck would have it, you can see this looks pretty funky. This used to be part of that big tower. Corruption bug happened again. Big staircase used to exist as well. And chunks got deleted. And now nothing. Now it looks all messed up, so I abandoned this as well. Which is a shame. I've just been really unlucky in that regard. I promise you, I'm not turning off the console while it's saving. It just corrupted twice, which is really annoying. So this is it. Again, you know, this was, I'm gonna say this was built in like 2015 at a push. So like, don't criticize me too much for the architecture. You know, in terms of scale, it was pretty big, and I was like, look, I want to build something big. I don't want to detail too much because that'll take too long. So yeah, let's see what's up this tower. So this is my, I guess, another version of my resource attic. I don't think there's anything too crazy here. Just old stuff. Like I say, I don't like to touch the stuff. If there is even anything, there might not be. Maybe not. Huh, I thought there's a few snowballs, but I was about to say I don't like to touch the stuff in here because, you know, it's so old now, it's kind of like a cool historical relic, but there's clearly nothing there. This bit we're going up to is my bed chambers, I guess you could call it. So, Sunday, October 14th, 2018, excursion materials. Don't remember that. I'm guessing that was just a little walk around a cave or something. So yeah, this is a pretty cool little view to see all my colonial possessions from. And yeah, that's it. That's literally just, that was my home for a while. Believe me, nothing compared to what you're about to see with this next batch of bases. So these next two bases, these were our friends who had joined, our two friends who had joined during the early PS4 era. So if me and my brother were the first two members, these two fellas were the next two. And for these, my brother and these two other fellas, my PS4 clocked up probably thousands of hours of just idling in Minecraft so the server could stay up for them and they could join whenever they wanted. Because the thing with Legacy Console Edition was there was no realms, no servers, so unless you were hosting yourself, your mates couldn't join you, which is why Realms is such a relief, and why I'm so happy to pay for Realms. Like, I don't care, it's $5 a month, whatever. The headache it saves me of having to put the server up and host it when people want to play. I just like knowing that it's always accessible. If anyone wants to play, they can. I hope that's not a... Oh no, I was about to say, I hope that's not a messed up part of the world. So, where do we go first? Let's go over here. So this is base 1, I guess you could call it. Hope my elytra doesn't get too damaged. It is looking a little ropey. So this is a naval base, and to this day remains, probably founded in about 2016, and remains his main base to this day. So you can see that railway leads to an underground railway, and here it is. So hopefully the chunks load. Yeah, so this is very cool. So I guess I'll approach from here, because this little spot is a little railway station that actually comes from my brother's base. So that railway station we were at before, in his base, not the Nether one, but the overworld one, that leads here. And then, yeah, you can see all this stuff. Big boat, massive cool bridge, little pumpkins. This is probably, in terms of aesthetics, probably one of the coolest, because it's not hugely expansive or anything, but it's just so well detailed, that it's very hard not to appreciate. There's a little flag. Like I say, we like to represent pseudo countries in this world. So, lots of cool stuff. This is his little nook. Little bed, very cool, nice little chest, very good interior decorator. This is, yep, just a kitchen of sorts, I guess. This is a church of some sort. Bread. Now what's cool is, and he actually showed this to me, look at this. Oh, little under the church. I don't think he's sure what he wants to do with this yet. Oh. I was telling him, it reminds me kind of like one of those underground dungeons in Zelda Ocarina of Time. It just gives me that sort of, the water and the stones and the moss, it gives me that vibe. But yeah, I'm not quite sure, I don't think he knows exactly what he's doing with this, but it is very cool. And this was built very recently, so it's not too old. The rest of this base though is about, like I say, 7-8 years old. But I just like how it's hidden. That's very, very cool. I like the idea that if we all, God forbid, disappeared off this earth, you know, it's impossible that anyone would know to boot up this world in the first place, let alone look for little nooks and crannies like that. But it's just very cool to know that they'd remain forever hidden. There's a little farm he has. A little industrial area leading up to what I believe is a guest bedroom. And yeah, farm area. Again, very well detailed. I don't know, maybe some of you have very high standards, but this is just very cool to me how well detailed it is. Little smithing station. And it's very cool, little pond, little fishies in it. And Founder's Fountain. Another little hidden, he loves hiding stuff. Now this is old, I think he's incorporated this into his base, but this section of his base is very old. And you can see this little skeleton horse here. Funny story behind him. I was floating in my PS4 era base, the Outer Haven, the big tower, snowy base I was showing you about. I was around the ocean around there for some reason. And I don't know, was there a horse or something? I don't know how these guys spawn. I just remember a big lightning strike hit right in front of me when I was swimming. and about 6 of these fellas popped out. And maybe they're not so rare anymore, but certainly in Legacy Console Edition, I had never seen them before. So I took all 6 of them, and as diplomatic gifts to each of the members of the server, I gave each member 1 each. And it's good to know that this fella is being treated well. He's in a literal prison underground. That's great. I believe my brother treated his skeleton horse in a similar way. I guess they see them as like demons or whatever. They wanted to keep them from poisoning their otherwise pure societies. But yeah, cool bit of lore there. Further to the north here, this is, I'm not sure there's anything built beyond here, but this is like all very new build stuff. Like, so this fella's looking to travel north and settle new colonies and stuff. So all this is yes, he's been iterating on it, but it's all quite old. Like I say, about 7-8 years old. This stuff beyond here, though, he's wanting to colonize and build entirely new stuff, which is pretty cool. Let's go see. Oh, hey, Turtle. Let's go see this big boat. Again, a very impressive piece of engineering. It makes for a really cool atmosphere when it's nighttime and it is raining. There's something, it feels kind of cozy, and when you're kind of inside this ship, it feels very, I don't know what's the word. Novel? That's not, just cozy. Very, very, very naval themed. So yeah, I guess it's like the captain's quarters. He has the local map mapped out. That little point plotted north for where he wants to settle. I guess that's a treasure map of sorts. But yeah, nice, cool interior decoration with the bows and stuff. So very cool, very cool. All right, so let's go see. And again, when I show you these bases, there's so much more that you're not seeing. So many nooks and crannies that I'm not showing you. But you know, if I did that, we'd be here for 10 hours, and this is going to be a multi-hour video anyway. So, you know, I want to respect your time where I can. Cool little tidbit, and you know, I go into depth. That other video I made that I was talking about that went into the technical aspects of this world and things like that. Does this look a little weird? Massive wall, right? And we didn't build that. The interesting thing about this wall is when the PS3 world got migrated to PS4, there was an option to smooth that. So basically the world got bigger. So obviously what were previously the world boundaries expanded. And those walls mark where the previous world boundaries were. And you'll probably get a better view of it here. If I go up in the air before it gets dark. You can see it there. There's 2 walls actually. I don't know why that's the thing. And you can see that's the corner of where the world boundary used to be. And it keeps going. So that's not man-made. That is just a byproduct of the world being so old and being converted between so many versions. But yeah, cool little point of interest there. Okay, so let's go show you guys, just to save my elytra. Trying to remember where there's docks. Save my elytra, which is probably nearly dead now anyway. We'll take the railway this time. Ooh, trying to remember. I think, well, it clearly lands over there, so it must be somewhere over here. We'll take the railway back, and I just hope this leads to where I'm wanting it to lead. Yeah, it should be over there. Yeah, we'll take the railway back, because you guys will get to see how cool this little railway is. Where does that lead? Oh, hold on. Okay, it leads there. Right. Okay, let me figure this out. So if it leads there, then I must want to go right when I go in here. If this is even where I go. Yes, I believe so. If I can't find it, I'll just take an elytra. Oh, here it is. Great. Okay. So yeah, I mean, now I know this base fairly well. This next base we're coming up to that was built by the fourth server member. Uh, I know it to see. The nooks and crannies I'm not familiar with. The only reason we found that the railway again was because uh, the guy who built this part of the world has shown me around it. So, but yeah, very cool. Very surrounded by water. Very, very cool. Must have been an absolute pain to build, that's for sure. I don't know. I've never really tried extensively building something like this. I'm assuming sponge helps, but would have still been a pain, that's for sure. And it's impressive because all of this is built, you know, in vanilla Minecraft survival. There's no creative going on, or I can't say for a certainty. There might have been some cheeky fellas who did some chipping back in the day, on console edition, but that seems pretty hard to do in realms these days. So, that being said, I don't look at anything built in this world and think that's obviously duped. So, I guess we'll never know. Okay, so we come up here. I need to make sure to get the correct stop. But yeah, this is the reason why the Nether Railway was built, to shorten trips like this. That having been said, it is a very cool way to see the sights in this world by taking the overworld railways. And it's a testament to how much infrastructure we've built that everything's so linked together like this, overworld and underworld. So, this little house coming up, I believe that was also built by a short-lived server member. You can see the little boat that they used actually as well. So it's kind of eerie to see little abandoned houses like that, knowing that, you know, someone once used it and they are no more. I believe I was the one that built these, but we were shooting for scale, functionality rather than form. Very hard to build things at this scale, especially in vanilla survival. Very hard to build things at scale, and make them detailed. It would just take too long. So, yes, it looks ugly, I get it, but there's a certain beauty to it as well. Knowing that, you know, looking at this going like, oh wow, I built this so many years ago, and we didn't have redstone farms back then. Well, we had access to them, we just didn't know they existed. Here we go. And you can see the first little inkling of why this space is so impressive. So this is the fourth server member. And my god, there was some grinding done. I don't know that your jaw will drop when you see this. Mine certainly did. I hadn't played the world in about a year or two, and when I came back and he had built all this stuff, I think it was like 2018, 2019, I went to see all this stuff. My god, I just couldn't believe it. There were definitely some duping accusations thrown about, or at least I've seen and remember there was. But that was only because we were like, how the hell did you build all this stuff? But in looking at it now, I mean, it's not unreasonable. There's nothing here that I would go, oh, that's obviously duped. It's just a lot of material. So maybe we were wrong to point the finger so readily. Anyway, this is probably as far as like capital cities go. Keep in mind, all survival vanilla Minecraft. This is incredible. And the whole lead up to it. You got a little Arctic castle there. Big sky view thing there. Dinosaur. Another big sky view tower. No, I'm not going to use the light ray. I need to do this place justice. I'm just going to waltz around it. Again, I'm not sure what the nooks and crannies of this are, but like, it's just so cool. So you have a little house with two little statues. And a bedroom. Cool, okay. This, I mean, look, this is just ridiculous. That I've been in before. That is, I think it's just a standard skyscraper. There's nothing. It's just you have different floors with different things in them, but there's nothing crazy. I won't go up it, but you get the idea. What else? What else? There. Oh, I need to show you. I don't know what this is. I don't know where that leads. Rio Polo. Oh, I need to try that. I don't know where that goes. Oh wow. Cool. Don't know where this goes. Oh, it's like a little. Huh. I wonder if there's anything in this. No, I thought there'd be some lore. Pardon me, I thought there would be some lore, but there's not. There's a sphinx over there, if you can see it. Big face. There's a big waterfall. I want to show you, there's a big church that is, at least as I remember it, it is very big. And there's also a massive football field, and I'm amazed we haven't come across it because it is huge. There's that sphinx I was talking about. But I definitely want to... I don't know what's going on here. Huh. Yeah, I definitely want to show you guys that, but where is it? Here's a sphinx. I'm sorry, I might need to bust out the elytra because I just need to get a bird's eye view and see what we're working with. Where'd my rockets go? I hate the way it auto defaults to going into your hand. Okay. Let's see what this football field is / church. So this is a bit of an overview of what was built. Here we go. That looks like an apple, or is that just me? So this is the church. Let me, oh, I can't believe I nearly missed out on showing you guys this. This is also very cool. A big, I don't know what this is a statue of. A guy holding a gun or a bow. Yeah, a guy holding a bow. So a big dragon head with teeth. That is very cool. Now, if he's wise, he'll get that Nether portal linked up and synced up to the Novaterra Nether railway system, but that is not as yet happened. So here's a big church. Don't know what the number 11 represents. And here's where the preacher spreads the word. That's very cool. And even more impressive, and this is so cool, you can actually see it from, I have map editor, or not map editor, map viewer programs. So I can download this Bedrock save, load it up on my PC, and put it into a world map viewer. So you can kind of zoom out and see all the chunks that have been generated and see all the different buildings that have been built. But this is so big that it catches your eye, even, if you zoom all the way out, which I think is very cool. If I can find my way in, I might have botched this. Japers. Alright, here we go. How do you get in here? Anyway, big football field. How cool is this? So yeah, very cool. And then people playing football, you can go up, sit in the sidelines, cheer for your football team of choice. But yeah, very cool, very cool. Took a lot of effort, and it's just very novel. This was built. Oh, I want to say 2020, 2021, because I know this fella came back to his base. This was all built like 7-8 years ago, but that football field, I think it was in progress from 7-8 years ago, and then he finished it up. It was during COVID, I think he came back to the world and decided to finish up his business. This is what I'm telling you about. The sheer scale of this is incredible. I did not know all this stuff was here. So you have a house here. I don't know what the purpose of it is, though. Huh. Like a witch's hut? Looks like it. Yep, witch's hut. Okay, cool. Anyway, big Ferris wheel. Look at that. That is very cool. And more stuff? Oh no, that's the old. Okay, good. Still very crazy how much building has gone on here. Oh, yeah, we need to try this. So yeah, as I say, I mean, this is like, you know, there's a lot of cool stuff in our world, but in terms of sheer engineering and the scale and how cool it all looks, I'd say this, it comes near top in the pile. And I guess this roller coaster is good because it gives you a great view of the base. Oh, this must be the start of it. Or the end of it, rather. Yeah, it's the end of it because there's no powered rail. Very cool, very cool. There's a big Ferris wheel. Wow. Isla Fiesta theme park. Arundellians £5. Oh, Arundelle. Yes, so this place is called Arundelle, this territory. And others £10. Interesting. A tariff against tourism, which is always very wise. But yeah, little windmill. My God, I am shocked at how much stuff I have not. This must be a little barn. Whoa, that is cool. Dyed armor for horses. Wow. Yeah, so I'm shocked. This is kind of like why I like having a server that's persistent and that never resets and that people can just come back to, because people just build stuff like this behind your back, and then when you go exploring, you find it, and it's so cool. And also, it's great just to build this stuff and know in like another 5 or another 10 years it'll all still be here, and you can add to it and things like that. Like I fully intend, my grandkids, I'll be sending them to work in the Minecraft fields. I'll be getting them to do manual labour and build cool buildings for me. And then they'll inherit it. And they'll build stuff, and that's my goal anyway. They'll probably just take the save and chuck me in a nursing home and forget about it. But the idea is cool, like how, like, this has been going for a decade now. Why can't it go for another decade or another decade or stuff like that? So that's why I really like the, you know, people talk about starting new Minecraft worlds and things like that, and that's cool. But from my perspective, I can get all the new Minecraft features by exploring new chunks anyway. So it's just cool to keep all the old builds, and you know, you see parts of this and you see, in a weird way, you see your old builds or the builds of your friends, or maybe people that, not saying that this is the case here, but people that you don't keep in touch with so much anymore. And it's just a cool little historical artifact of, I guess, the time you spent messing around in Minecraft. So what I'm going to do now is, we've showed the core PS3 region, the 2 bases there. We've showed the 2 other bases in and around the core regions. So now we're going to go to the Nether travel hub and yeah, go explore, I guess, the stuff that has been not built in the Bedrock era, because there's a lot of stuff from like 2017, things like that, but explore stuff that's kind of out of the way a bit, or that's been built far away from the core regions. So yeah. And I'm looking at the time. We're now on 15 in. So yeah, it's testament how big this world is that it's taken so long to go through. But it's therapeutic in a way. And hopefully if you're watching this, I'm assuming you're having it on in the background. But it's pretty cool to know that other people get to see what the crack is with this place. So I'm going to take a quick little break and then come back to you and show you the rest of these locations. Okay, so yes, like I said, this is our Nether hub. So we'll go around in order, I suppose, and just show you all the different destinations that this hub offers. So we'll start off with something. Yeah, we'll start off down here. So this leads to Outer Haven, which we've been to before, and it was the site of, it was that big snowy island with the big tower that was half corrupted. So we won't go down there again, but that's the that's one of the destinations that this Nether hub leads to. Coins Kingdom. So this was basically a bunch of colonies that were set up. A bunch of new people joined the realm in and around COVID, and they all set up north and set up a bunch of little setups and colonies. So we'll go down here. This is definitely one of the more, I guess, of all the routes you can take from our Nether hub, this definitely is one of the more significant ones. So yeah, it took ages to build these railways as well. Things like that where there's lava just spilling down, trying to build sort of glass highways under that is much more of a pain than you'd think. And then you have situations where, I know we're sort of at ground level now, but there's situations where your railway will kind of extend out over, you know, there's no ground beneath you, it's just meters and meters and meters of lava. So like situations like this, like kind of trying to build a railway across this with ghasts shooting at you and things like that can be a little bit testy. But it is worth it because, I mean, what are the alternatives? Getting there via the overworld, which is 8 times less efficient, or trying to just manually travel via the Nether without any bespoke railways, which can be a pain. So this is the first stop. I don't know that the whole collection of colonies is referred to as Coins Kingdom, but this is Kessel. Yeah, so Kessel is distinct from Coins Kingdom. So this is the first stop. We'll visit here, and then we'll go back in and see Coins Kingdom itself. So Kessel was founded by, like I said, one of the new people who joined the realm in and around COVID. I guess everyone sort of travelled to where Coins Kingdom was founded and then split off and created their own little colonies and things like that. So there we go. That took a little while to load. So here we are. Ooh, that frame rate, good lord. Okay, so this is, I guess, a makeshift train station. You've got a little overworld railway actually that leads to Coins Kingdom. So, ooh, yeah, I gotta get some sleep. Is there a wee bed? No beds nearby. So yes, we can actually just take the rail towards Coins Kingdom itself instead of going via the Nether. But let's explore Kessel for the moment. So you have a bunch of turtles here with a bunch of eggs. Must be a little farm. That's pretty cool. I know what can you get from turtles, like turtle helmets and maybe another resource, but this is pretty cool. So let's see, we've got a little house over here. Let's go have a look. So James's gaff. So yeah, basic setup. This is a nice little view here, especially when the sun is rising. That's very nice. Some chests with all the loot, and down here you've got a bedroom, I believe. Yeah, I'm gonna actually steal this.
Respawn point set. You can only sleep at night and during thunderstorms. Respawn point set. Respawn point.
He is very lucky that he's standing under that dirt. But yeah, and then you've got a nice little farm out there for wheat to make food. But yeah, basic little house. Down here you've got a lot of animals. This is actually kind of nice the way they've created this little, I guess, boundary of sorts with a little pond. So you got a lot of sheep here. I know I'm kind of guilty of coming down here the odd time to just get a bunch of wool from time to time. It's pretty handy. And then, oh, multicolored sheep over here. And cows. So, handy for anyone in the general area who needs a lot of pink sheep. Interesting. Handy for anyone in the area who needs a lot of wool or whatever. This, I'm assuming this is like a cave system? And a little mine? Yeah. Doesn't look like anything man-made. Okay. Very cool. And I forgot the highlight. So this is the fastest hunk of junk in the realm. If you couldn't already tell, it's a recreation of the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. And I'm sure you get almost, let me see, are there any nice vantage points I can take to show this off better? Maybe from up this hill? I don't want to use this light for too much because we are running a bit thin in terms of its condition, but this should give us a good little, yeah, you get more of a sense of the shape there. But yeah, that is pretty cool. So we'll go down and see what's inside. And as far as I recall, it's just a little bed setup. Yeah, pretty cool. Just lots of little wee workstations and things like that. So, pretty cozy. Yeah, so very cool. I wonder, is there a way? I doubt it. Is there an explicit cockpit here? I don't think there is. Still pretty cool. So yeah, that's Kessel. And now we'll travel to Coins Kingdom. Yeah, Kessel railway station. I kind of wonder, I guess, yeah, that railway, I guess, just takes you to all the different settlements in Kessel. So, let's see. I'll use my own cart. So, yeah, this is the overworld railway towards Coins Kingdom. And the way this was set up was, or how this colony got set up was when we were discussing, like I say, it was during COVID, maybe even early COVID. We were discussing, so myself and a group of friends had this realm, obviously, and then when this new crowd of people were wanting to join, I kind of wanted to give them, because worlds are infinite now in Bedrock, I wanted to give them a good amount of space where they could do their own thing and not worry about infringing on our territory. And also, I wanted to make sure that wherever they built, they got all the benefits of, you know, the latest chunk generation from the latest updates, so caves and cliffs and things like that. So, yeah, I just went out really far and created a little nether portal. It was like up in the sky, and then they basically were able to come up here, jump out, land in the water, and then swim to whatever islands they wanted to colonize. In Kessel's case, he swam all the way over there and linked it up via railway. And this is, I guess this was the closest spot to where I had initially pitched the nether portal. Obviously it's been destroyed and we've got a nice, prettier looking one here now. But this is Coins Kingdom. Yep. So this is kind of nicely detailed. So you got a really fancy looking nether portal. And I'll actually show you, I know I said we weren't going back in the nether, but the actual setup for the Coins Kingdom nether entrance is actually very cool. Probably the prettiest spot in all the nether. So you can see here, Coins Kingdom flag, really nice portal setup with 2 trees, and then a sign. That's a quote from Silent Hills PT demo, came out in 2015. Just to make things a bit creepy, but if you know, you know. So got nice little trees here, little gas up above. Yeah, and a nice little cart set up here to go back to either the central railway station or Kessel. But it's really cool. It's like a little dome, and you've got, oh wow, Nether Fortress. Got a great view even of the Nether. And yeah, just the whole aesthetic is very cool. So we'll go back through. But yeah, I had to point that out. That's just really cool looking entrance to the Nether. So here we are again. So yeah, you've got a sign there. I'm really uncultured. That's some sort of music logo. But it beats me what it is exactly. But it's pretty cool. So you've got yeah, I'll take you through this island first, and then we'll go into some of the builds. So this is a little wheat farm with a little very very nicely decorated well. You got a little another turtle farm down here. Lots of kelp and a little random sheep with some sugar cane. That's always useful. And I believe so. This leads back to Kessel. You've got another some other route. Yeah, over here. So that overworld rail leads to Kessel. This one leads to two other settlements. Yes. So one there, and there's another one way out there. Both of which we'll visit. But before we go, we'll take a wee tour of the personal quarters in this place. So presidential suite. Let's go down. So I guess, yeah, for the purposes of simplicity, you can assume that every distinct island in this territory is someone else's colony. So you've got the guts of 4, maybe 5 people in this general kind of vicinity. So that looks very cool, I know. So you've got a nice little sort of kitchen dwelling area. Little items. There's your kitchen, storage. Yeah, and a nice little sofa here with very cool wall setup. And then out there you've got, we'll go to it in a second, but it's like an underwater garden, which is very cool. But yeah, I love the whole aesthetic in here. It's like a nice little sofa, and then I think you've got your bed up here with a little dog. So it's all very cool. What is this? The dome. So that leads out to the farm dome, and this is an XP farm. I guess we'll go see this XP farm. I don't think, when I've kind of ventured down here before, I didn't see anything that I recognized as a farm. There's a little, so you've got mine shafts. Jeepers. Whoa. Obsidian? Interesting. Keep going down. Holy. What? No way. Yeah, I definitely don't think I've been this far down here before. I'm getting the sense it doesn't go anywhere though. Nope. Okay, interesting. So yeah, like I say, no farm that, maybe it's down here. I don't know, is this just like a massive sort of mine of sorts? Also, I don't know, is this a trick in Java, but in Bedrock you can kind of jump against the roof and it speeds you up a little. You can see that, like, this is my normal run speed. Ooh. Where does this go? I'm assuming... Ooh, okay. Yeah, this is kind of like a labyrinth of different cave systems. I'm just at a bit of a loss as to what it... That's definitely like, there's I'm assuming this path up here is just, you know, random mining. Yeah, that leads to the mine shaft. Okay, interesting. Nothing around here. Oh. Whoa. Yeah. This is why Caves and Cliffs is so cool, because you get... I mean, this isn't even the most vast of them, but you getting big, vast cave systems like this is just awesome. Especially when they're kind of like near surface ground level. There's just something about the aesthetic which is so cool. So, okay, nothing here. The reason why I'm kind of digging around a lot is I want to see if this XP farm actually exists, but I'm not seeing it. Interesting. Is this? Maybe this is it. Maybe is this some sort of funky? Oh yeah, there's something going on here. Yes, I know what this is. This is some sort of what, mob spawner maybe? Sure looks like it. Yeah, it is. Okay, we found the XP farm. Okay, cool. Yeah. Actually, on that note, let me equip this guy, and because I have what's it called? Mending. So I'll kill a few of these guys and then we'll go on. Just to give us... I mean, that should be fine. I just wanted to pad it out a little bit just in case. So, yeah, that's the XP farm. Let's hope we can find our way back. I'm sure we will be able to. Yes. Okay. So, yeah. Again, don't know if this is a trick on Java, but... Oh, we don't want to use our light rat up. Let's eat again. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know if it's a trick on Java, but certainly it's kind of not working here because you've not got a uniform roof to jump against, but very useful trick just to speed you up. And in general, if you're sprinting on bedrock, if you just hold down the jump button while you're sprinting, jumps actually somehow make you go a little quicker. So if you're constantly jumping, you'll outrun someone who's just sprinting. So yeah, just interesting. I call them bedrock tidbits, but they could equally be just as valid on Java. I'm not sure. And that's the thing, like, obviously Minecraft started out on Java, but it's easy to forget, like, the console editions, like Tech 360 edition. I mean, that came out in, what, 2012? Late 2011? So, you know, you're talking 11 years old, so even though it's easy to kind of dismiss the console editions as, you know, not a serious contender in Minecraft history, they're so old now, they have their own set of history and worlds, and our world is kind of testament to that. So let's go down to the dome. Now you've got a pretty cool lead up here. So the guy who made this, he loves his shoes like Nikes, and so I know next to nothing about shoes or what fashionable shoes are, but yeah, you've got a huge corridor of I'm just imagining this as like some sort of big shoe collector's hall. Oh, nice little bits of metal as well. Let's go. And then yeah, this is really cool. So you've got an underwater garden, little bees floating about, little parrots who look down at you very condescendingly, and a nice little enchanting corner. So yeah, just there's not much going on here besides that, but it's really nice looking. And I'm sure it was a pain kind of digging this out and getting all the water out of here. But very cool, very cool. So let's go, if I can find my way out of here. Over here, yeah. So let's go to the other settlements in this far distant corner of our world before returning to the central Nether station. So these settlements, 2 to 3 years old at this point. Like I said, COVID era. You'll have the odd person kind of jump jump back in for a while, but largely this portion of the world has been abandoned for about a year or so now at least. But that's why I keep the realm up, just so if you ever want to come back to your builds you can, and stuff like that. So let's take, that's Kessel. So we want to take the other real route, which is over here. So let's go. So coming up here is pretty cool. You might have seen it. I think once the simulation distance loaded in, the water stopped coming out of this. So basically this is like a statue of a frog, and it's rigged up with some sort of, you can see some redstone. Yeah, there's the daylight sensor. So when it's daylight, the little frog, he spews out water, and then when it's nighttime, he doesn't. Let's see. So yeah, it's pretty cool. For me, it's always been like this. So yeah, that's very cool. So we'll go Adam's Island Paradise. What I like about this as well, and it's just, as a console player, Realms is so novel to me because you can have the server up without needing to host it yourself. So it's very cool, like knowing people could be in building stuff and you don't even know about it. And we're kind of lucky we have a very trustworthy set of folks in the Realm. You don't need to worry too much about griefing or anything like that. So yeah, it's just cool stuff like this is built, and you can just come and explore it in your own time. So this is a little hut. I guess just a little furnace workshop. And here I'm assuming you've got the dwellings. Little torches in the middle of the floor and a little bed. I'll actually sleep here just to get the what do you call them? Those flying things that chase after you if you haven't slept in a few days. But yeah, get rid of those. So cobblestone, yeah, basic setup. Yeah. So yeah, there's a little, that's the Island Paradise. And then the other island that's way over here is actually set up with some I don't want to call them farms, but they're, you know, the architecture is pretty sophisticated. So to Kevin's fairly bleep house. So let's go. Railway would be very handy here, that's for sure. But it is cool, I mean, because I've been playing Minecraft all these years, seeing just how, I guess, you can see under the water there, how much is going on, like all the bubbles and all the different plant life and things like that. Like, I remember the very first, if you go back to the core regions of our world, if you look underwater, it's very, like, there's nothing like that at all. It's all, you know, old style Minecraft, just basic terrain under the water. I don't think there was any real plants or ruins or anything like that. It's just all geometry, and that's it. So it's cool, the more you come out from the core regions, the, you know, you can see the newer terrain and see how Minecraft's evolved with over the past decade. And it's just cool. I always, especially going through here, you kind of realize just how much has been added. That what they call it again? Update Aquatic. That was really good for just breathing some life into the underwater sphere. So here we go. We've got some sort of tunnel. And this does lead to some sort of settlement. Jeepers, which way do I go? I'll go this way. Let's see what's here. Okay. Where is... There's definitely like a big settlement around here. This is kind of... I don't know, is this... I'm sure it's a new biome because I haven't seen much of it in the core regions. But it's very cool how the trees are like really... It's like... you see those old photos of like America in the 1840s and stuff, and you see these big massive trees that are... They're just so giant because, you know, they're so old. So this kind of reminds me of that. I've always seen these kind of mossy cobblestone sort of things. I'd seen these last time I visited here, and I know they're naturally generated, but it's just interesting, like what exactly are they? There it is again. So yeah, I don't know what the purpose behind those is. I know it's definitely not man-made in terms of, you know, people in the realm building them. I could be wrong on that, but you know, why would you waste mossy cobblestone on something like that, you know? So here we go. This seems to be some sort of mix of a naturally generated woodland village alongside some actual man-made stuff. So you got here what used to be a nether portal, one of those naturally generated nether portals. And here you've got the actual settlement, so it's walled off, so we'll need to find a way to get in. This isn't naturally generated, is it? It kind of looks it, doesn't it? Yeah, I think this is naturally generated. Okay, interesting. Right, so yes, we've got to find a way inside this compound. Oh, that's not looking likely. He's kind of walled it off. We might make this jump here, but he's walled it off pretty well. Rats, I need to... I'll place that just out of the goodness of my heart. So let's see, can we make this jump? Nope. Not happening. Okay, oh, got an entrance here. We have. Okay, we'll go down here and then work our way back up to the compound. So let's jump. So here you've got some sort of harbour looking place with cows and sheep once again. Don't know why it's built down here. I don't know what that's supposed to lead to. But yeah, we animals, if you've need of any materials, then when you're at these docks, you can come up here and you'll see you've two big buildings. That I suspect is a lighthouse. Yes, and that must be back a bit earlier when I was deciding which side of the tunnel to go down. Must be the exit to the other side that I didn't pick. You got some sort of farm here? I have no idea what that's doing. That's clearly a mechanic I don't understand. I built a fair few redstone contraptions and stuff, but I don't know what that's doing. So you got a nice little structure here, kind of not totally sheltered from the outside, more like it looks like a watchtower of sorts. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. And wow, you can just see, it's cool seeing all those trees. Again, big props to the Realms teams, they did a great job on that. Ooh. That obsidian? Does that mean there's an obsidian portal below us? I'm gonna be cheeky here. I will replace this, don't worry. No. Okay, there's nothing beneath it. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to check that there wasn't like some sort of obsidian portal beneath us. That's cool. Oh, so this... I'm silly. So that's the walled compound, and you can get into this via this door. How foolish of me. Right, so... Let's go back up here. Let's go see the lighthouse, shall we? Haven't destroyed everything in my path here. Is that there? Okay, good. So... That's the lighthouse. I'm gonna see... I'll make this jump first, and then I'll go over here. Yes, brilliant. Okay, let's check out this lighthouse. So, netherrack. A lot of, again, more stuff going on here, I guess. I have a vague idea of what it's doing. I guess it's some sort of smelting machine, but interesting. A book? Is there anything interesting in here? No, it's just a book. So I thought it was this thing we could read it like a book and quill, but we can't. Okay, interesting. Go up here. Little bed with a nice little view. Go up again. Wow, look at that. That's some view. And then down here, oh, we got some villagers. Let's go see them. Now, these villagers, how do we get to them? Yeah, they're down here. Okay. So this is sort of, like I said, this has been built next to some sort of village, or naturally generated village, so I guess very kindly there's been some sort of compound made for all these villagers with lots of beds, got a nice little farm. He's trapped in there for eternity. Yeah, pretty cool. Quite a few villagers in here, that's for sure. It is a shame that despite all of these buildings that they used to have access to, they're stuck here. Like, this little fella just wishes he was tall enough to jump over, but he and his people are just damned to work in servitude, unfortunately. So yeah, I guess on account of that, all these other villager buildings are empty, which is kind of a shame. But yeah, that's the. Trying to think, is there anything else to this corner of our world? I don't think there is. So I think you had what, 4 settlements there, which is pretty good. So let's fly back and go back to the Nether hub and see what else we can see. But yeah, this gives you an idea for like just the scale of this little territory. And it's kind of cool how they all link themselves together via that little route, that oversea, not railway, but pathway. So back to the Nether we go. But yeah, all in all, very cool. That's the definition of why I love running a realm, is like, you know, I just let those guys go crazy up there, and you can come back and visit in a couple of months and just see all this stuff that's been built. Very cool. Okay, so let's go back. And this is partly why the Nether rail system is so handy, because it makes, you know, I think... Oh, I'll just leave that there for now. You know, I think... I mean, the Minecraft world itself... Jeepers, this is going slow. Let me just push this cart forward a little bit. Come on. Our world, I mean, it's a gigabyte in size now. So it's pretty damn big. Maybe even too big, I should think about. See, sometimes I think about, there's this thing called, what's it called? Pruning worlds, where if your world's very big in terms of file size... so see... I should point that out. So see the way there was a big nether wall there that looked very, I don't know, odd and uniform? That used to be bedrock, where if you went this way, you could not mine beyond that point. But after the PS4 world, so essentially PS4/PS3 nethers were limited in size, much like the overworld. And the way they limited the size of the nether, instead of an invisible barrier, it was bedrock. So to this day, when the world moved to bedrock, bedrock edition, I should say, which is the version we're playing, all that bedrock got deleted, and then it naturally spawned more nether in front of it. But you will still be able to find in places like that where there's a previous bedrock wall, you'll be able to find little patches of bedrock that weren't deleted for some reason. So it's a pretty cool relic of the console edition. But yeah, anyway, on the pruning point, if your world's very big, there's tools out there where you can load your world in, and maybe where stuff isn't built, where chunks have just been generated, you can delete all those. But because there's been so many people in this world, and I don't know, people might have little tales about certain things they've come across in the wild. I don't like to artificially delete chunks. Like, so long as the world is stable and it's not, I think once you get to about 5 gigabytes, things start to get shaky. But I mean, we've had the world for a decade now, and it's only 1 gigabyte. So I try not to artificially do things to the world as much as I can help it. But so far it's been very vanilla. We haven't tweaked it, we haven't pruned it. It's all, I've just kind of let people rip in here, which is good. So that's Coins Kingdom. This is the old Commonwealth Dead Zone. So this leads to that corrupted area that we were previously at, where the ancient city was. And we had built the ancient city staging base above it. So, you know, that old Winterhell castle, the very first base I was talking to you guys about, where it's underground and there's water and lava spilling everywhere, that's where it leads to. So we've already been there, and I like putting little dates beside some of my bases, so that this says region destroyed by the cursed cleansing, which was basically the corruption in 2015, and that region itself was founded in December 2013, so it lasted 2 years before it was corrupted. But it's just cool to have a wee link to it. The End Dimension Joint Staging Base, so we'll go here. So when me and my brother were, oh, actually, don't, oh, bro's gone. Okay, let me kill this guy. Alright, yeah, let me see what this says. Monument of, oh, let me squint. Monument of something? You guys might be able to read that, but whatever it is, I vaguely recall we went on some Nether expedition back in 2018, which this was. So it's dated 29th of March 2017, if I'm reading that right, or 2018. Oh no, 29th of March 2018 at 9:15. That's very specifically dated. I could be reading that totally wrong. It's a bit difficult to read from here, but yeah, as I recall, you can see a little Nether fortress there. I guess that was a monument to us conquering it back in 2018. Which, keep in mind, we never like I said before, we didn't really min-max this game that much. We just built little huts, and we didn't bother getting the best gear or the best loot, so it was just cool to raid Nether fortresses and kill the blazes and stuff like that. Is a cool reminder of when we all logged on to do it. Anyway, so this leads up to our end staging base, and the story behind this is, so my brother was mining, he was on a massive mining expedition, and he happened to wander, while he was underground, he happened to wander beyond his own borders into mine, and he found he found an end, what do you call it? An end base? An end dungeon? I forget, it's the end portal, basically. He found that. And we had a big debate, because I was like, well, and he didn't use end crystals or anything, he just happened to find it. And we had a big debate, because I was like, well, it's in my territory, so I should own it. But then he probably rightly pointed out, no, I found it, so I deserve, plus, the end portal is very significant to this world in general, so I deserve some sovereignty over this as well. And what we decided on was, it would be a sort of international zone, and we would both share it, and we would build this sort of joint staging base above it, where anyone in the world could come and get ready. Like, I believe if you go up here, like, we have ender chests, normal chests, and you have little bedrooms here where you can rest and recoup. So yeah, it's some sort of international zone. So this base itself is in the very edge of my brother's territory, but the end portal itself is in my territory. So, and we have a little commemoration here. 20th July 2022, the Battle of Ender was launched from this base and decisively won. So, a bunch of us on the server, it might have been like 5 or 6 of us, jumped on to slay the Ender Dragon. So it took 9 years, but we eventually did it. And like I say, it wasn't until roughly 2020 where we started taking the Minecraft endgame a bit more seriously with redstone farms in the end and elytras and things like that. So before that, you know, ignorance is bliss. We were just enjoying building stuff and having little diplomatic conflicts. So yeah, little bedrooms here for whoever wants to come and get ready to storm the end. And you get a lovely little balcony here, which, like I said, it was at the very edge of my brother's territory. You can see how he ended up digging into my territory. Like, there's my buildings and my big railway and things like that, and there's Winterhell Castle. So, yeah, very cool. So, let's see. We'll go and see the. You might have seen something downstairs as well that might have piqued your interest, and it annoys me that this is still a thing. As much praise as I can give the Realms developers, I don't know why this keeps happening. So I had mapped out the end, or the core end island, and interesting note, you'll see here, there's a black square, looks kind of artificial. That's where it was something to do with, we had loaded the end on PS4 edition, but we had never really explored it. I think we basically got killed instantly. Never came back, and then when the world was ported to Bedrock, it took that little chunk of what we had generated, I guess, and it had, you know, loaded the rest of the end island, so that's why that looks a bit artificial, is you got a kind of weird mismatch of Bedrock edition and PS4 edition world generation. This, though, man... It's been I think it was like one update, 119 or 120, this started happening where if you have maps up in your world, randomly they'll just, like, you can have this sitting perfect and you'll come back one day and boom, it's, for some reason, it's got confused with other maps in the game. So I fixed that once. I'm not going to bother fixing it again until they come out and patch this, but this should be a map of the core end island. Weird though. I don't even know what that is a map of. It looks like Dylan's castle. Or my brother's castle, rather. Yeah, weird. Kind of annoying, but weird. Anyway, so I might as well show you what the staging base looks like from outside. Yeah, there it is. Pretty cool. And you can see my brother's castle there, the big giant one. So let's go down and see what this end portal looks like. Actually, you know what I might do, just because I realise we're going into the end, I want to make sure I don't get spawned halfway across the world again, so I'll set my spawn point
you
here.
can only sleep at night and during thunderstorms.
That's new. You guys catch that?
Respawn
You can only sleep at night and during thunderstorms? I don't know, is that something new? I knew you could only sleep at night, but thunderstorms is new to me. I don't know, has that always been a thing though? Okay. Enough yapping. Let's go downstairs. So, this is called the Stronghold Breacher. Very cool name. And you go upstairs for Nova Terrace Central Station, which is the Nether portal, and downstairs for the end portal of Stronghold. And I like this because it's very, like, militaristic. It's almost like this is a very dangerous location, so we're gonna breach it with this big secure tunnel system and stuff like that. So Saltuk's Stronghold. Let's go out. So this is a warning that I wrote, and I'm not sure if it's valid, but I had wrote it just out of an abundance of caution based on what I had seen. So I basically said, silverfish, who are small creatures who inhabit stone blocks, can do immense damage to this base if attacked, or if the blocks they inhabit are damaged. Don't hit silverfish even if they attack first. Simply avoid and do not destroy blocks. So my intention behind this was, there's no silverfish running around here now, but when we first came down there were loads of them, and if you destroyed a block they would infect other blocks, and it's kind of corrosive. So I basically just said, we'll kill any silverfish we see, and I think we did. Well, I'll tell you why we did that, because I think we had kind of civilized this end portal stronghold, and then I had hit some silverfish, and I think they had destroyed a bunch of blocks or something. I don't know the mechanics behind them, but anyway, when we came down, I was like, okay, if you see any silverfish, don't touch them, just leave them be, because we don't want. I could be yapping here, but I'm pretty sure silverfish can kind of destroy blocks and things like that. But you can let me know if I'm wrong. So the first time we discovered this, like I say, was years ago, probably like 8 years ago. So myself and my brother jointly explored it. He seized stuff, I seized stuff to take back to our respective bases. And we go up here, end dimension gate, so it's signposted, it's all lit up. And you've got what's called the age divide, which is just a cave system. Nothing too special. But you can go through here for the end dimension gate. And I tried to signpost it because it's easy to get lost in these strongholds. And then end dimension gate is that way. And then end dimension gate is this way. End dimension gate is this way. And this way. So I just made sure to make it clear you know where it is. And here it is. So it's all kind of lit up and built up to, and you can easily walk up to it. So let's go see. So 20th July 2022, Battle of Ender was fought and won here. So this is where we spawned inside Endstone. Gonna need to. And as for the wider Nether itself, we've kind of explored it pretty significantly. A lot of the initial islands are already explored, and you can see there we built up to the outer, what do you call that, one of the end portals that bring you to the outer end islands. I'll try and not get the attention of these guys. But yeah, you can see some cool relics of our fight here, people building things, little structures. Yeah, it's just cool to see, even if it's just blocks that are built up to somewhere. You know, it tells a story. So yeah, pretty cool. There's nothing too significant going on here, and even in the outer end islands, we are just looting it for elytras, which is, you know, I look at update 119 was the wild update, 120 was the tails and trails, 121, you know, okay, wild update was cool because you got the ancient city, but like, I don't want to get too opinionated, but trails and tails didn't add much. This year looks like another kind of waffly update with not much of an identity, and I kind of think back to the likes of the Nether update, which made the Nether much more interesting, and the game is just screaming out for an end update, and I don't know why they haven't tackled it yet, but hopefully they will sometime. But yeah, that's the extent of this Nether base and our Nether excursions. So it's just cool to have a little staging base where the server can come together and storm the end together. So let's go back to the Nether railway system. Here we go. Taking a little while to load. There we go. Had me worried for a second. I will say, you know, I love that they're updating the game, but recent updates have just made Nether portals a wee bit jittery. For example, there's a few times you can like load into the Nether and the game just hangs, and then if you quit the game and rejoin, you'll just, because there's no chunks loaded, you'll just drop into lava. So there I was worried that we were going to have another case of a game crash, but that's bug rock for you. So yeah, like I say, End Dimension Joint Staging Base, that was established in 2017. Fort Silent Hill, been through before, that was the Ancient City staging base, and that was so the actual Winterhell region in which that base is based, I guess, was built in 2013 with the advent of the PS3 world. And Fort Silent Hill itself, which leads down to the Ancient City, that was built in December 2022. You got this. I'm gonna leave this until probably closer to the end of the video. So it's called Sword Colony, built in January, February, March, April of 2023. So pretty recently, by Coins Kingdom and my own nation. So this world is, it sort of has it's PvE but by honor system. So whilst technically if you swing a sword at other players you can kill them, we really prefer that there's no griefing, and unless you've actually set up a duel between two people, you shouldn't be going about just killing people randomly. So this was designed for, at some point we want to do something where, okay, we funnel everyone down to the sword colony, and you'll see what I mean when I go over it, but in a nutshell, it's designed to be a PvP colony where you can create little settlements, and you know, if you want to grief other settlements you can, and if you want to kill other people you can, and you know, if you set up a base down there you're doing it with the expectation that things are a bit dangerous and stuff like that. The core reason behind building it was, when a Minecraft world becomes mature and everyone's built their bases, admittedly things can become a bit stale. So we thought, hey, you know, instead of creating a new server, why don't we just create a new colony and we can send people down, and people can kill each other to their heart's content and grief and things. So a little outlet for all the violence in our server. But I'll show you that at the end of the video, because crucially you can see the overworld coordinates. The X coordinate is 14,000 to 16,000, and the Z coordinate is 42,000 to 45,000. Now that's like, you know, that nether portal there, that's based in 0, for the overworld. So you're talking, what, nearly, probably in total, you're 50,000 blocks away, if you're walking in one direction. So that's just way too far to go via overworld. So even through the nether, which is 8 times quicker, you're taking 15 minutes to travel by rail, and if you were doing the same via the overworld, it would be 2 hours away. So the reason I did that, by the way, made it so far away, was if we're having PvP antics and people blowing each other up, I want that quarantined from the rest of all this stuff. So kind of cool that it's so far away, but yeah, that's the reason behind it. Again, we'll see that at the very end. It's one of the cooler builds on this server. Yet-Unnamed colony. We'll go down here. So this railway isn't really established too much yet. Or we haven't flushed out this railway, but this was a couple had joined the server, and I guess they just built stuff together. I gave them some coordinates to go to, and they were happy to go to it and build their own stuff. But we thought it was going to be pretty quaint, like maybe a few houses, a few settlements. But what we found, I remember me and a few other people from the realm, we were just exploring all the different settlements, and we came down here, and we thought, oh yeah, you know, they'll probably have built just, you know, a few houses and stuff like that. We were kind of shocked at the level of industrialization going on down here, and you'll already see what I'm talking about. So for some reason these chickens are in some sort of fence glass enclosure. You got the nether portal there, and then yeah, some sort of weird lighting system that keeps all these crops fed with light. Very interesting as well. You've got a mine down here, which I've been down there before. There's nothing of note that I'd need to show you, but it's like, you know, just a big mine basically. Then you've got a monster spawner. I think it's a monster spawner. And probably one of the only uses of, what is this, scaffolding that I've seen in the server. I really should use this more, but that kind of turned a few heads. We were like, huh, scaffolding? That's new. Oh, yeah, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, so you got all this stuff. Oh, I assume the reason this is all lit up as well as it is I guess that farm is casting a bit of a shadow, so they like to keep it all lit. More sort of farms here. Couldn't tell you what this is doing at all. No idea. But the sheer ingenuity of it, we were like, whoa. we kind of thought, like I say, this would be a quaint little corner of the server, but there's a lot going on here. And probably a lot going on that we haven't even seen. I'm sure there's stuff going on underground. Like, look at all that wood. You know what I mean? So there's nothing too much beyond this to show other than we were very surprised at everything that was going on here. But it's very cool, and I love that sort of Minecraft aesthetic of very, funky looking farms and stuff. So yeah, and more redstone antics here. Probably a dripstone farm, I imagine. Some sort of water farm, I'm not sure. But yeah, and loads of books. I'm assuming this is an enchanting station. Yes. So yeah, really interesting. And this was a prime example of... Is bro following me? No, he's not. This is a prime example of what I'm talking about, where it's like, you could just leave people to toil away on your server, and you come back and you're like, whoa, what is all this? So yeah. So, yeah, let's go back to the Nether hub. I'm going to take a quick little break and then be back, and we can explore the rest of the settlements. Okay, so let's get back to the Nether hub. Use the old sprint jump trick to go a bit quicker. Actually, we're a bit low on food here. Get that back up. So yeah, that was an example of sort of a distant colony that was out of sight, out of mind, but actually there was some wacky tobacco stuff going on. But interesting to explore, interesting to see. So let's see. That was the unnamed colony. I guess I'll show you guys this. So this is the Nether Dimension Beachhead, established in September of 2022. Worth noting, this core Nether region, the chunks were generated back in originally in 2013, but PlayStation 4 edition / PlayStation 3 edition had a feature because the Nether was limited. You could regenerate the Nether to, if you wanted to, loot the Nether fortress again, get more resources, things like that. So these chunks in this sort of core Nether region, these are about 9 years old now. But in terms of this Nether Dimension Beachhead, it was explicitly created back in September of 2022. The the central Nether station for the railway that we were just at, that's been in the planning stages for years, probably at least 6. And then it was only maybe 2020. We really made a good go of flushing out all these highways and laying down all the rail and things like that. It's kind of cool when you're traveling through the Nether railways. So my philosophy when mining these through is, if I'm not mining through Netherrack, I'll just mine through. But if I'm going through places like this, I'll just line it with glass, just so you can see all the different cool spots. Especially in the new Nether chunks, it makes a big difference. This is what do you call it? A Piglin Fortress. So yeah, pretty cool. And we got some cool lore here. So obviously there was a lot of piglins in that fortress that I had to dispatch of to be able to build this railway through. And then we have the September of 2022, the Battle of Piglin Fortress, which these two little dogs helped me with. So little monument to the battle. And yeah, so this is what I like about the Nether. You can tell where people have explored because they've used cobblestone to sort of defend themselves and create safe pathways for themselves. And even though objectively you might look at it and go that looks a bit sketchy and ugly, I guess it's just that Minecraft aesthetic. There's something cool about someone needed to build this to protect themselves, so it's a cool relic of someone's time here, and I'm guessing that was built to gather some glowstone. I'm sure, especially back towards the core regions, you'd find a lot of that sort of thing. But But yeah, so this is basically a beachhead. If you want to go looking for netherrack, you could come out here and just, farm to your heart's content. The problem with looking for netherrack back near the nether train station is because all those chunks were generated years ago before the nether update, there is literally no netherrack back there. It's all empty. So this is why it's good to have a beachhead in new chunks, so that if people want to farm for the new resources, or indeed if they just want to see the new nether biomes, because back in the core regions it's just the standard boring nether biome. Out here you have I forget the names, but you can see here the little bits of ash, and I'm sure you have the nether forests, stuff like that. So that's why it's important to have a nether beachhead, is just give people access to new chunks and give them the freedom to explore. And we call this civilization's pivot, because in our headcanon our presence in the nether is a continued occupation of trying to civilize the place and make it safe for travel, and obviously it continues to be dangerous, so we're trying to civilize it in a way, hence the civilization's pivot name. Also good that this is all made of cobblestone and a steel door. It means if a ghast does happen to fire a shot here, I can't speak for the lanterns, but certainly the core structure will stay intact, so that's always important. Okay, so let's go back. Oh, we had this button here. Let's go back to the central station. Again, it's so cool. I've seen a lot of different ideas for nether railways, but I just love using glass for it, because there's no better way to provide some eye candy on your trip than just being able to see out into the nether through glass. So I just think it's awesome. So yeah, and I like the way you can see other little. That isn't. I don't think that's been flushed out with the railway yet, but it is a little passage, and you can see there, Lord knows who built that and for what purpose. It's just cool seeing little artifacts like that and going how old is that, and who built it, and certainly some of those kind of structures you see near the core region could be as much as 8-9 years old, which is cool to think about. And their original purpose is just lost to time, yet the structure still remains. Okay, so that's the nether beachhead. Let me see. Okay, I guess we'll just keep going in order. So I don't like to dedicate too much time to my own builds, even though it's important that I show them, because I want to be able to share the platform equally with all the other builds. But this is my main base now, so when the Village and Pillage update, I believe it was, came out a few years ago, I'm thinking 2017-ish, maybe no, it was definitely 2017-ish. Whatever update brought Woodland Mansions to console, we were kind of desperate to find one, and we'd basically, for that purpose, to find all the new structures, we had, the PS4 server members, we had all agreed a one map expansion for each player, so I would get south of the core regions, the two other players would get north of the core regions, my brother got west of the core regions, so we all got a single map's worth of territory, and in my one I happened to find a woodland mansion, and so I settled my new base here, and that continues to be my main base to this day. So you have a little train station. I like to consider dogs as equals in this world. In my headcanon, they're just as, just in Minecraft as in real life, dogs are pretty smart, and maybe they're just as smart as us. So I like to imagine that these little dogs go on little train trips and chill and talk to each other. So this little railway, this leads to the old Commonwealth Dead Zone, which was where the ancient city and old castle are based. So that's an overworld railway built before we got the Nether railway going. Little rest stop, little bed. So here's the flag of my nation. So all the buildings you're about to see here, these are relatively recent efforts, but the woodland mansion and the stuff built, I guess, inside it and right outside of it, those were things that were built about 6 years ago, 6-7 years ago. So I might as well just show you the stuff that's been built in order of oldest to newest. So I'll run right over here. So in terms of what I had done as soon as I had found this woodland mansion, obviously I had oh, those are weird chunk errors. I really hope that's not permanent. Oh, that's not looking good. Oh, whew, I was kind of looking at that thinking, has the day come where our world has started corrupting again? But no, that's fine. So this plaza here, with exception of the statue, that was built right in front of this woodland mansion when I first found it, and there used to be a massive like mountain in front of the woodland mansion, sort of like these. So it took ages to clear that, and then I built this little plaza in front of it. And I call it the new Winterhell Capital building. So old Winterhell was the place that got corrupted. This is new Winterhell. It's supposed to be my new capital city. And yeah, what I'd done was, little dogs in here as you can see, what I'd done was basically each room that I could find, I gave it a purpose. So this is my deep mining operation, which basically, I won't show it to you, but it's basically a cave system, a little cave system. Nothing too cool, just me walking around and mining for resources. The mansion's obviously very big, so the rooms I could find a purpose for, I used, and then I blocked off the rest of the mansion with these walls just to say, under development, don't go any further, like there's nothing useful down here. So here is my enchanting room. This used to be a nether portal of sorts, but I disabled it because once the central nether station got going, I wanted to make sure the only nether portals were those that were built with the purpose of funneling people around. So previously this just led to the normal nether, but obviously I've got rid of it now because I have a train station. This is a bookshelf full of enchanted books. Nothing too special. If you want to enchant your weapons or your armor, plenty of books here to do that with. Enchanting station here, and here is where all my potions go. So nothing too novel, but yeah, that's my little, as I call it, my dark magic research station. Like I said there, that's my mining operation, which isn't used too much these days, but back in the day it was pretty novel. Just useful to have a mine nearby. So this is my lore library. So this is a work in progress. Basically around the world, we, both myself and other players in the server, have used book and quills. Don't know why that went there. We've used book and quills to just sort of expand on the lore around the world. So if I take this book out, what's this? Oh, this is just some biography from some character I wrote, but just sort of lore that we had written around the world just to flush out certain things. What's this? Oh, this is my blueprint for all the redstone / resource farms that I built in Liberio, which we'll get to in a bit, but it's just a nice historical relic because it shows what the original plans were what the original plans for the farm were, and then, you know, obviously if you visit there today you can see what the difference is. But the thing with these books is they exist in certain places of the world, but because we have so many of them now, my mission is to go find all of them again and duplicate them and put them in this lore library, so that if you ever want to see all the lore that's been written in the world, you can come here. So I'd say there's at least, probably across the world, lowballing it, probably 15 to 20 books, whether it's lore, whether it's trade records between states, or people just slavering each other off. There's loads of them in random chests and stuff and things like that around the world. So my mission, at least in the long term, is to catalogue all of those and duplicate them and bring them back here. Because I obviously want to keep the original books where they are, because, you know, environmental storytelling. But the world's so old now, it'd be pretty cool thing to do. So this is the workshop, nothing too special. Anvil, loads of furnaces, and a workstation. So nothing too novel. Of course, this was all built in about 2017-ish. Now this is cool. So this is my material stockpile. All this stuff. So I've got it labelled. So wood, cobblestone, common materials, which is basically everything that isn't wood and cobblestone, blocks wise. Got metals and gems, so diamonds, emeralds, armor, weapons. So this is quite literally, there's a bunch of stuff in these chests, and I've made use of shulker boxes to sort of help me keep everything compact. You've no doubt you've got thousands of items in this room, and a lot of them are 5-10 years old. A lot of them are obviously more recent additions, like all the iron I've recently collected. But yeah, this is quite literally, at least in terms of stuff I haven't used, it's stuff that I have collected throughout my whole Minecraft journey for about 10 years, and some of it is still here at the very bottom of these chests, probably stuck in shulker boxes. But yeah, loads of stuff here, and one of my long-term dreams is to create some sort of auto sorting system using redstone, so I can just chuck stuff in a filter and then have it auto sort all my items into the different chests. But if I do that, it won't be here because I guess this room's a little too small for it. But yeah, pretty cool, and you can see all my I've got a few shulker chests, and actually in my shulker chests I've got one shulker box in which is the dragon egg from killing the ender dragon. So what we want to do with that is create some sort of, probably near the spawn point, create some sort of spawn area / shrine. So when you spawn in, maybe you spawn into this, I don't know, almost walled garden of sorts, and there'll be a big ender dragon statue in the middle, of which will be the dragon egg, which is placed. So I'm keeping that there for now, but that's our plan with it, and that's the reason I keep it in here, because at least if it's in my cloud storage, not that anyone would, but just in case someone accidentally steals it or does something with it, at least if it's here, I know no one can touch it. Because obviously, for those of you who don't know, I'm sure there's ways around this, but really per server you only get one dragon egg. I know you can respawn the ender dragon, and I don't know, do you get more eggs from that? But as far as I know, you can only get, it's a very limited resource anyway, and I'm fairly sure you can only get one dragon egg per server. This is Valhedge, which is the name of our original PS3 map. This is it in 2013. So you can see not too much is built, but that's my brother's base down there. There's Winterhell, which used to be covered in snow. Like I said, they've patched it now so that in taiga biomes you need to be at a high enough Y level for snow to fall. And now, if you were to get a modern map, there would be no snow in that corner. It would just be all Greenland. So pretty cool to have a wee record of what it looked like in 2013, and we call it the home of humanity because I guess this is where you have villagers and illagers and things like that. So this is where humanity first appeared canonically in this world. So yeah, and then here is netherite armor. Again, September of 2022, Novaterra's first ever produced netherite armor, so that's a nice historical relic. I'll probably put that somewhere else, just so more people can see it. But when I first built all this netherite armor and gear, I was like, there's going to be a lot more people building this sort of stuff, so it'd be cool to catalogue the first ever netherite armor built in the server. Music of the Old Ones, which is just old discs that I've found. And yeah, my bed, which I'll use now. Pardon me. Which I'll use now just to keep those little annoying flying monsters off my back. And then here are 3 flags. So the United Commonwealth 2013 to 2015, that was basically this little snowy area with some surrounding territories. That was my empire back in the day. After the corruption bug, that fell, and I created what was called the Inquisition, which wasn't so much a country, but I guess canonically in my head, I was like, okay, the Inquisition is an organization that isn't so much a country, but a group designed to figure out what happened behind the corruption and why all these chunks were deleted and things like that. And then that became an actual country now with all these new bits of territory that I've conquered since the new Commonwealth Concordat, which has been in existence since 2018, and that's what I call my current Minecraft country, if you like. So that might sound very nerdy, but I love playing games like Civilization on the PC, and the idea of like creating your own little country or territory and having little diplomatic disputes with other countries or territories is just really, there's something really fun about it. I can't put my finger on it. But yeah. So that's the deal with all the flags and names and stuff. So this was all kind of set up, like I say, in about 2017, 2018. No, probably 2018, because that's when, 2018. So this here is just a little prison. Fun fact, there was nothing in this prison when I first found it, but these days if you find a prison inside a woodland mansion, you might find, what are they called? Allays? They're the little blue floating guys, and they just float around. So you'll find them in some of these prisons these days, but obviously because these chunks were generated years ago, nothing spawned in them, but still pretty spooky. Yeah, and that's it for this woodland mansion. I'll show you all the stuff I've built more recently. So this is in the last year or two. So basically, before you had the train station, you had flat land and nothing else. So these buildings didn't exist. You just had the train station, flat land, and the woodland mansion and this plaza. So in more recent years, I've been like, I actually want to flush out this place and make it my capital city. So I've got a statue of a guy on a horse, and that's supposed to represent when I first arrived here and battled all the illagers and conquered this territory. And you can see the Inquisition flag there. So in my headcanon, when this place was conquered, then at that point we started a new nation. But yeah, pretty cool. Took a while to, I think I copied this. I don't want to say copied. I took inspiration for the statue from a YouTube video. So pretty happy with it. Looks pretty cool. And then, yes, so like I say, I wanted to really make this place feel like a capital city. So in the past year or two, I've been building some interesting cultural buildings around here. These cobblestone squares are the sort of the little slices of land I've picked out in which to build these new buildings. So I've got some stuff like a foreign office, domestic office or office of domestic affairs. I've got a science lab planned for over there. The things I have built so far, first of all, again, because I really like to play politics in this server, I've got my the Parliament of the new Commonwealth Concordat, and this is like, so it goes, so these are my territories that I own, the different nations within my kingdom, so to speak. So there's Old Winterhell, where everything got corrupted, and you can see there's no snow there now because it's all melted. Outer Haven, that big snowy island. New Winterhell itself, which is where we are, and you can see some of the buildings that have already been built. The Doglands, which I haven't shown you, and I maybe won't, because it's flat land. There's nothing too interesting built on it apart from a little mansion. But it's very near Outer Haven. And then you have the Golden Coast, which is very close to Old Winterhell. If you scrub back and like basically that sand there, that extends out to the Golden Coast. So, and then I've got my political parties that have been set up, and because I just love like politics and fiction and stuff like that. So, I've got a parliament here with seat counts for every political faction. I've got a chamber voting record for different votes that have taken place within this parliament. History of the new Commonwealth Concordat, so that denotes all the history from the very first day of the PS3 server up to now, how we came to be here from that little base in Old Winterhell to now. Founding of Parliament speech, that is just pure fiction. And you've got all the different political parties and their different ideologies. So I won't scroll through all of them, but it's, if you're kind of interested in political fiction, it's a fun read. And because you've got opposition faction and a governing faction, which is these three countries, you've got their manifestos here, but you've also got coalition agreement for government. which is basically an amalgamation. Even though these three parties are kind of opposed, the coalition agreement kind of smushes all their policies into one and how they'll compromise and stuff. So pure, just me absolutely yapping and creating headcanon, but I just love doing that sort of thing. So yeah, that's the Parliament. We've got here, this is very cute. This is a little, so say you visit my city, you've got Emilhun's Nether Hearth Inn. And this is just basically if you need a bed for the night, if you want some food, Emilhund will take care of you. He's the innkeeper. And you've got a little menu here. All products fresh from Liberio's industrial district, which I'll show you in a bit. That's where all our farms are. Got a little menu and all nicely decorated. So if the keen-eyed among you will see that Emilhund is a member of this political faction, which was detailed in the Parliament. So he has his own political opinions, this fella. You got a nice little seat up here, just if you want to have a wee meal or chill with your friend. And then if you want a bed for the night, you can go down here, and we've got 4 bedrooms, all to sleep in. So pretty cute. And yeah, this was built in the last year or two, like I say. Hence why it's so nicely detailed. And then the last building of note in here is my church. So this is a fictional religion that I've kind of came up with in my head, again, more headcanon. Called Church of the Guiding Light. And this, what have I called this church? It's the actual chapel itself is Sanctuary Illumina Chapel. And I like what I've done here. I've got some lore around the religion, artifacts from village. So this is like artifacts to do with lore of the religion. And again, it's all detailed in books. If you ever visit the server, you can kind of read, and you can read or not read, but it's kind of, I really like kind of environmental storytelling. Like if you ever play Dark Souls or things like that, like I love walking around and seeing like artifacts and going like, oh, I wonder how that came to be there or stuff like that. So I maybe go a bit overboard on the actual writing of lore, but it's cool just to have little artifacts and just what they say about the world. So yeah, really, really proud of this one. And yeah, I'll continue developing this capital city, and eventually we'll have, a shop and different buildings standing around, so that when you arrive here via the train station, you'll think, oh wow, like this is a city of sorts. And so that's my plan. Already the skyline's looking pretty nice, so let's go back and see what else there is. But yeah, I'm very glad I created this Nether station, because trying to access all this stuff, even if you had a perfect overworld rail station, or railway I should say, don't forget the Nether there's 8 overworld blocks to 1 Nether block in terms of distance. So by definition, any railway you build in the Nether is going to be 8 times quicker than the overworld. So overworld railways are fine, and I've had debates with other server members about this, where like, yeah, overworld railways are cooler because they take more investment and you get to see more of the overworld, but at the same time, our world's so big now, we kind of need something to connect it all together in a pretty timely fashion. This is Historia. So this is... My intention for this was, when I was done with, the new Commonwealth Concordax, I've been playing and building on this territory for years. I was like, it'd be nice just to found a new... a totally new colony that's unrelated to anything else, and I can just focus on building it up and making a nice little home for myself. Now, nothing's been done here. Well, some stuff has been built, admittedly, but the reason this was colonized beyond anything else is that the natural generation of the terrain out here is absolutely wild. It's some of the most beautiful terrain I have ever seen in any Minecraft world. And you might be thinking that's a massive thing to say, but when you see... I don't want to overhype it, but when you see it, I think you'll see what I mean. It's just so... In terms of spots where you want to build a base, I mean, this is just beautiful. It's really nice. But yeah, as you can see, this is kind of far away. And we're still trucking. Again, like I said before, especially with glass, building this was all done vanilla normal mode, so there was no turning off, there was no creative involved here. It's a big pain with gas shooting at you building these railways across open lava, but we get it done. It's not too bad. So this is a little, the end of that's the flag of Historia, and it's cool. You got a little window out here, you can see all the Nether. But yeah, let's go. There's nothing really to show you here besides the absolutely amazing natural terrain generation, and I don't know why it's only here that it's happened, because we've explored lots of new chunks, and we've never seen anything like this. So you can see it's like, how would I describe it? It's like old, like when I say old, I mean like alpha beta Minecraft generation, where you've like these big weird overarching mountains, but mountains that are hollow, and down below you can build a nice little base for yourself. This is an old base that was built a long time ago. I kind of peppered it with things to make it look old, but initially this was the building which you would come to when you first travelled here. Nothing too fancy in here. It's basic, but I'm gonna put my elytra just so I can get the XP when I kill this guy. There you go. So yeah, look at this. Like, it's just, to me, it's so beautiful. And to boot, you get a little desert temple right beside you. I mean, look at floating islands, and actually, I don't like flying around in my elytra because it feels like cheating, but I mean, you gotta see some of this. So that's beautiful enough. You got these really interesting mountains, which are kind of split in terms of biome. Got a nice little village there. But if you take a look here, I mean, just, maybe I'm overplaying it, I could be, but it's just, there's nothing that looks like this at all in the rest of our world, like, in terms of, it's just a beautiful oasis. And you have these look at this generation, that tree on the top, and this weird hollow mountain. Just amazing. Really beautiful. And again, you might think, I've seen this everywhere, so it's not that special, but just, I don't know, it just looks beautiful, and it looks like a really cool place to set up a base. And whilst nothing's been done, and this isn't explicitly my territory, it's, if anyone wants to come and build their base here, they can. But we got a nice little bamboo. Oh, I was crawling now, that's weird. Nice little bamboo hut here with a little dock. Paradis Island, established on the 30th of October 2023. That's actually very recent. Splendid isolation. Got nice little crops here, a little tree. I kind of forget. Oh, this is a little storage unit. Whoa, I have a lot of stuff in here. Yeah. So I had been kind of focusing on this, and then I kind of went back to New Winterhell and was like, you know what, I'm going to build up my capital city before I start building up this little place. But yeah, just to show you, I mean, it just looks like Minecraft Alpha Beta World Generation, and that's why I love it. And just even like that water spilling down and everything. Yeah, I don't know, am I being crazy? It's just beautiful. Really, really beautiful. Probably the most, if there was, what do you call those? The natural wonders of the world, the 7 natural wonders of the world. This would be one of them in our Minecraft world, so. Don't hit me. Oh, he's gonna come out of the other side. Guarantee it. I'm telling you. Oh. Why can I knock him back in? No, probably not. Alright. Anyway. So, very cool. You can tell me in the comments whether that does seem exceedingly beautiful to you guys, but I thought generation like that was, even back in the PS3 days, I had never seen anything like that. So that is real. When I see YouTube videos about old alpha beta worlds, that's what it reminded me of. So yeah, we'll kite our way back here. I love this as well, the massive seas of lava. Another reason why the glass is so cool to use as a frame for our railways. And, I didn't explicitly build these I built the central Nether hub explicitly to try and prevent spawns of monsters, but these railways, I didn't do anything in particular to stop monsters spawning. And, the odd time you'll be on this railway and you'll get, what do you call them? They're not like those maybe they're just normal piglins. They're not zombie piglins. They're the piglins who like gold and will actually attack you if they see you. Oh, there's a cool little cobblestone artifacts. But yeah, sometimes they'll spawn, but it's very rare. So by and large, whilst these railways aren't totally safe, I'd say like 95% of the time you're gonna have no trouble, which is nice. So yeah, let's see. We've got a Monument Island. Yeah, Monument Island underwater temple site established December of 2017. So this was after update aquatic. Again, I have to flush out the railway here. But so this was my brother and another member of the server had actually. So it was the fella who owned the naval base that I was showing you with the big boat and like the big deep slate walls, and the church. The fella who had kept the skeleton horse on the ground below his base. So, in exploring around his territory, he had found a ocean monument, which was very novel for the time. We were very excited. So my brother and him came up with an agreement that they would explore together. Because at the time it was very dangerous. Like we were running, it was a good day if you seen us running around with iron armor. So it was a pretty dangerous expedition. So they both did it together and they both built what was called Monument Island. At least I think that was the name. And that was designed as a staging base for the underwater temple. Man, they've got to optimize these loading times. It used to be a lot quicker. Anyway, so here we are. So this is similar in setup to the end staging base, and you can actually see the underwater temple from here. But similar in setup, it's designed just so that you can have a bed to rest in and a chest to put all your loot in. Just so if you die, you don't spawn ages away. A lot of zombies out there. Wow. But there was a bit of tension around it because my brother maybe took a bit more sovereignty over this island than the other server member liked, and I remember there was a bit of a dispute around that, like who owned what, and I think my brother had built another little mini base on this island for his own purposes, and there was New Irish Special Reaction Force Headquarters 2. So yes, my brother who owned New Ireland, I think he built this. And I believe there's a cheeky sign on the outside. Yeah, so the other server member who owned this island, technically, he put a sign out here saying New Irish paramilitary is unwelcome here. Because he wasn't too happy at this being built. So yeah, that's my brother's little base. And then here's the other server member's base. Again, same setup. Just designed to act as a staging base for the underwater temple. And like I say, it's 2024 now, but just past the new year, so you're talking about 6 years old. Again, look at that draw distance, that's awesome. So yeah, like I say, just built as a staging base. Just thought I'd show you the inside of it, and because I have what I believe is an underwater breathing helmet, I should be able to at least show you the underwater temple. Oh, I really hope oh, it's not that way. Here it is. Okay. Man, the draw distance when you're underwater is awful. But yeah, this was really... Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. So, yeah, it was really cool when they first discovered this because it was so novel. Update aquatic, you have to... I guess before that, what did you have? You had the odd village and underground stronghold, but this, at least I remember being very impressed at all the new blocks and the architecture and all these torches and ladders and stuff, and I think it's really cool, even this little workbench, because you look at it and you're like, wow, that was placed 6 years ago, and you wonder, all these items tell a story, what did they need to build, and like, why did they have a furnace here? What did they need that for? And you can almost through all the torches and items that are placed, you can almost see what, you know, the two guys who were here were doing, and what they were thinking, and how they explored the place. So yeah, really cool. I don't think there's that much more to see here, maybe not, but it's more just to show you that this was explored, and this was the very first underwater monument we had found in our server, and because of that, it was kind of a big moment. Yeah, very cool, very cool. So let's go back. Yeah, let's go back over here. I wonder, can you see the naval base from here? I doubt it. I don't think you can. Because I remember struggling to find this island when I first linked it to the Nether rail system, which I didn't ask them permission for, by the way, so they might not be happy to see that I've altered their bases by linking the Nether central station to here, but I doubt they'll mind. It's a cool historical artifact, so it's cool to see. But yeah, I don't think you can see the naval base from here. No. Oh well. Let's go back. And yeah, there's this weird debuff you get from... Actually, just out of curiosity, I want to see... Are there any items in these bedroom chests? Just because I always like, you know, seeing is... Oh, there's nothing, no. It's just always cool, like, seeing what items there were and wondering, oh, what were they... If they had a pickaxe or iron armor, you wonder, like, oh, what condition are they in, and stuff like that. Just, it's cool to see old items. Okay, so here we are. Right, let's go back to the old jumping trick. We got stairs. The only thing about this is, and I could be preaching to the choir here, but this absolutely ruins your hunger bar. You can already see it's draining pretty quick. But you go like, look at my coordinates in the top left, and then it just goes, it almost might go twice as fast when you're doing the jumping trick, which is cool. Anyway, here we are. So, that was Monument Island. Okay, I think we've been around this whole area. Yeah, we have. So, yeah, let's go. This is probably one of the cooler, or most significant in our server's history. One of the most significant areas. So this is the Winterland Joint Colony. So NI, which is New Ireland, that's my brother. New Commonwealth Concordat, which is me, and O'Hara, which is another server member. We established this base in December of 2021, and so Winterland is a base in itself, but attached to that is the Liberio factory district, which we've coined the workshop of the world, and you'll see why. So the story behind this was when Caves and Cliffs Part 2 came out, the update, which added the Caves and Cliffs as it was advertised. When that came out, obviously you're not going to get Caves and Cliffs in old chunks, so you need to explore new chunks to get the benefit of this new terrain. So, and just as a side note, like, you see cobblestone stairs like that, you wonder, that could be years old, I don't know, but it's just cool seeing that sort of stuff. Anyway, back on topic, we wanted to see the new terrain, so we were like, okay, we'll make a joint expedition, the three of us, into new territory. We'll walk for days and just see what's the coolest bit of terrain that we can see, and we'll set up a base there. So it took us about 2 or 3 in-game Minecraft days. We were just walking, and I believe the reason we called this Winterland was by the time we reached our destination, we had been through this big snowy biome. But yeah, we eventually found a big mountain and a really cool cave system attached to it, as well as a massive piece of flat land on which to build lots of farms. So yeah, that's the whole backstory behind it. And this place has, I guess, I would call it Winterland. Maybe is joint sovereignty between myself, my brother, and the other server member. But the Liberio factory district, in which all the redstone farms and resource farms are located, we kind of just consider that an international zone. Like, that's part of the reason we built all the farms here, was it wouldn't be owned by any one person, so they couldn't tax it or anything. Oh, a little cat. So yeah, it's free to be used by anyone. So this is the train station, and you can see here, December 2021, Dylan, Kevin and Nathan travel from the core regions to found the Winterland joint colony. So these are what we term the core regions. PS3 era world to the north, which is where Kevin was based, and a little guy walking, which I tried to just represent that, us walking. That was us walking away from the core regions. So yeah, nice little train station.
You can only sleep at night and during thunderstorms.
So as you can see, this is 5,000 blocks in one direction. So obviously it's handy to have this. This, I believe, was the big push for me to start, or for the server as a whole, to start building the Nether railway system, because the farms here were so valuable, and travelling 5,000 blocks via the overworld every time was just painful. So if there was an easy way to get here, that was always good. So there's a few things to show here. I guess the first thing I'll show is we have this big overground railway. And what my brother's been doing is, so I built that train station, he built this. Oh, jeepers, I want to leave them closed. He built this, which is, it's almost like a little ticket station. So if you're getting the train, you buy your tickets here. And you have your little villager, Cloak Salem of Westfront. And he gives you your tickets. Nice little train station, nice little details to it. And then you can walk out and go to the train station, or walk forward towards, we call that Winterland, this actual territory. So what I'll first show you is, I referenced earlier a debate within the server about using overworld railways / Nether railways. Nether railways are uglier, but they're much more efficient. You're about to see the argument in favour of overworld railways. Now, this is 8 times less efficient. Yes, it looks a lot prettier, but my god, it takes much longer to build. So I'll explain where we're going in a second, but that horse statue was built because a server member from Coins Kingdom had come down on his horse, and Dylan, who was constructing things, saw the horse as a nuisance, didn't realise it was owned by anybody, and killed it to get it out of the way. So as reparations, this little blue floating ally thing, as reparations, I guess, or as in asking for forgiveness, my brother, I don't know, was it him or the Coins Kingdom fella, but they built that horse statue as a, memorial. So yeah, let me get out here, because you're probably wondering what's going on. So my brother, the objective of this is, he wanted, in our eternal debate of Nether railways versus overworld railways, he wanted a big, massive railway that would lead from Winterland and the Liberio factory district, where all our farms are, probably economically the most valuable region in the server. He wanted that linked via overworld rail back to the core regions, which was the PS3 era continent. Now, we're 5,000 blocks out here. You see the amount of effort that's gone in thus far, and we're only 400 blocks in. So you can kind of see how difficult this is. But he wanted to make a grand show of it, which is fair enough, because I did make the point to him when I was travelling on overworld rail, not here, but elsewhere in the world. You're travelling around buildings and builds, and there's something about it, because the journey takes so much longer and you see so much more. You kind of get the gravity of the age of the world. It's imparted on you a lot more. Whereas in the Nether, that's not so much the case. But I can show you. So essentially, this dome is, and everything in it, is to be basically a big show of when you arrive in Winterland from the core regions. And his work on the railway thus far, has to be said, it's very impressive. So he's not finished yet. So don't worry, I'm not going to take this all the way back to coordinate 0. But you can see the sheer gargantuan effort that's gone into this. And this is to go on for 5,000 blocks. Now, we are going through a mountain at the minute. So, you know, what he did was, when you leave this mountain, you kind of exit onto a really high up monorail. And at that point, building the railway is kind of easy because you're only using one block up at a high enough Y level, and you're just building straight. So you're not carving through mountains, you're not building these walls and making everything look nice. You've just got one block wide monorail, and you'll see what I mean in a second. But it has to be said, when he's been digging through the mountain, he's made it look very pretty. So, and this build itself, this is also quite recent, but Winterland itself is about 2 years old. So you can see here, and this is the monorail, and his intention is for this to extend all the way back to the core regions, which is another 4,000 blocks. And you know, on the way you'll probably see, what's cool is on the way, because this is the path we took, that excursion I told you about, the overworld journey from the core regions to here. When you're traveling, you might see the odd hut or the odd base that we built to shelter during the night. So it's kind of cool when you're traveling, you might see little historical artifacts and things like that. So that's been his big driving mission the past couple of months, getting this built, because he, I mean, there's no denying it, as the most economically valuable region in the server. You maybe do want to make it A, accessible from the overworld, and B, you want to make a big show of it. So yeah, all credit to him. I just think if we're trying to link the entire world, doing this for every single point of interest is just not feasible. It would take too long. So I think we can strike a good balance between where it counts and where it's valuable, doing the overworld rail, and you know, for smaller points of interest like perhaps the staging bases and Monument Island, it's just valuable to be able to go into the Nether and get a straight shot over there, you know. So anyway, yep, it's, if this had been done via the Nether, would be here 8 times quicker. But you know, I just can't deny it's beautiful. I mean, look at this, like, and I remember he was building this, and I just thought, like, you know, it has to be said, for a survival server, pure vanilla survival, normal mode, no creative antics going on here, that is impressive, you know. So this will bring us back. So where I'm going to show you now is Winterland itself, followed by the Liberio industrial / factory district. Luckily, there's a wee ally. Creepers. That horse statue is very cool, has to be said. From this point on, so all that stuff was my brother built it. From this point on, it's the mixture of myself, my brother, and the other server member who had built everything, kind of from this point on. And I'll try and point out who built what. But yeah, this is again where the server draw distance comes in. It's just, you know, when it was limited to 10 chunks, you couldn't see anything. You couldn't even see this mountain, but now you can still see the horse. Like, damn, that's so cool. Alright. So let's keep trucking. So this leads under Winterland itself. So let's see. Hopefully there's a stop here. I don't think there is. Maybe there is. Yes, there is. Okay. So we have nice little cart stops here which stop you automatically. So Winterland outpost. You have a nice little waiting area here. So what you can do is, when you get your train in, you can go up these stairs. And you can, like I say, go up these stairs. And this brings you, if you notice that little tower at the top of the mountain, this brings you to. So this was the kind of joint base, if you like, that myself and my brother and the other server member built. And this is a map of the surrounding region. So this is where we are, the mountain. You can see, let me see if I can point out things. So this is the Liberio factory district. So these are all man-made paths. You can see there's some sort of contraption there, another contraption there, different lava farms, redstone, gold farms, iron farms, everything. So that you can see that's actually quite industrialized, even looking at the map. This is where we are, and that is the, I guess, overworld rail system that I was just showing you. So we're here, and yeah. So initially, under this little tower, you've got what are the private quarters. So founder wing, so that's my brother. The archer wing, that's the other server member, and new Commonwealth Concord, that's embassy office. So this is mine. I haven't touched anything in here literally for about 2 years. Diamond armor, a bunch of stuff set up. I guess I just had an excess of stuff. NCC confidential. Oh, this is more lore around the actual Winterland colony. So again, that's probably something I want to duplicate and bring back to my lore library. It's not just me that writes this stuff, by the way. There's loads of books that are written by like a bunch of server members, and I don't want to give. I definitely write a good bulk of it, but there's a lot of lore floating about. This is my little bed space, and what's cool is it popped back into my head, and I might as well mention it while I'm here. One of the cool things about Minecraft Bedrock on PlayStation, even on PlayStation 5, is you can get a PSVR 1 headset. For some reason it doesn't work with PSVR 2, but you can get a PSVR 1 headset, which is virtual reality, and you can play this world in virtual reality. The nature of the controls mean it's better just, as a viewing experience rather than using VR to build anything. But I just remember when I went to bed here and I had the VR headset, I remember just looking around, and those of you who have used VR know what I'm talking about, but everything was so to scale. Like, I looked at the roof and that iron armor stand and the chests, and I remember just lying here and thinking, whoa, this all just seems so like you're actually in the room. Everything's so much bigger than on the screen. So yeah, it's been cool to explore this world in VR as well. Founder wing, oh, interesting. That's some creepy lore there. Oh, that's a Nether map. Interesting. Cool. I haven't seen that before. So yeah, so much stuff here. This is probably, those are enchanted books. So much loot. You can see how lucrative this base has been for us. Bigger job would be actually hiking all this stuff back to the core regions, but yeah, a big even more storage down here, which hasn't been used yet. I'm guessing my brother wants to bring. Oh well, there's some stuff. Holy, that is a lot of packed ice. Oh no, that's just packed ice. Well, interesting. Okay, little barrels with food. Okay, cool. So it's our home away from home, if you like. If I was to say I had a second base away from my main base, it would be this. And my brother would probably say the same. Then we have the third server member. Nothing too much going on here. Cool room, granted. I like the torches, but yeah, I will say, us three founded this colony, but of the people who've used it the most, it's probably been myself, my brother, and then a few of the people from Coins Kingdom who weren't involved in the foundation of the colony, but they did come and visit and make use of the farms and the resources. And so yeah, it's an interesting contrast. Here is, well, actually I'll go to the top floor first. So this is just, more loot. This is looking down from the tower, and I'll give you a good wee look out the top as well. So this is a great view. This is a view from, you can see the train station down there, and this is our little, these guys are legit just, I don't know who could have been anyone let them out. We used to keep them locked down where those bedrooms were, and just that initial hall, they'd fly around, but I guess over time they've kind of escaped. And I mean, I don't mind, they're nice little personalities to have around the the district, and they're never going to go too far anyway. So you got some crops here, horse stables there, a farm, cows and pigs and stuff there, and a little statue and a little tree farm down there. So let's go downstairs and explore some of it. Very pretty place though, this. It's probably... And these flowers, like, these all came as standard with the mountain, so... really beautiful. So Winterland Outpost and Emerald Union. So that's my brother's nation. So in fairness, he did... In terms of this hill, he kind of did a lot of the building, so he's allowed to credit himself. Crops here. Stables here. These are really nice. Wow. I don't think I'd ever seen these fully built. Very nice. It's handy if you need... That's the thing, the industrial district is so big, and you might be able to see it from down here. Yep, you can kind of start to see lava farm. Little outpost there. Bee farm there. Iron farm there. Gold farm there. And it extends. There's a lot more to it. That's a sheep farm. Cow farm. Cobblestone farm. I could go on and on. We'll be able to count the farms. There's a big sign down below that gives you the number of farms, so we'll be able to count them. So you got that stuff there. Oh yes, that's a skylight into where the bedrooms were before. So that's pretty cool. That horse I was talking about earlier, that died, and we made the big statue of him. Initially, when that happened, and there was a big... Oh, that must have glitched. Damn, we'll need to repaste that. I know that was a bug. So, sorry, to get back on track. When the horse died, or when my brother killed him, we built a wee grave for him. But I know before, so we're on update 1.2, which introduced the ability to edit signs. Before that update, I remember in the 6 months leading up to it, with all the different patches, signs were kind of bugged where you would walk past one and it would just go empty, and you need to write on it again, and then it would delete itself again. That's not been an issue since they brought in 1.20. I've noticed it not happening, so I need to... Oh, that horse had a name. I'll need to go ask for the name and put the name back up. It was something like Daisy or something, R.I.P. Daisy, and it gave the date of her death. I'm sure there's screenshots or a video or something somewhere, because I want to make sure that we don't forget about that date, because it's kind of cool when you see specific dates about when things happened. That's a shame. Damn, that's annoying, but I'll get that fixed. So what else do we have? So down here we have... There's nothing too fancy going on here. This is our little mining excursion. So I'm not going to go down there. It literally looks like there's just strip mining going on here, but that's what it is. A little hut to... Oh, don't tell me I've lost myself here. Oh no. Just to give you a little, if you're wanting quick access to a mine, there you go. Pretty nice. I like these fellas are everywhere, yo. I like the cracked stone and stuff. It's very cool. Then you have a statue of this fella. Commonwealth liquidators in memory of those who served with honor and bravery, June 15th. So again, more lore. Very nice statue though. Very nice. Just adds a bit of flavour to the world, And it's sometimes cool when you see signs like that, because you're like, what does that mean? But again, it's kind of like, I don't want to keep falling back on Dark Souls, but you'll see little references to events, and they're not explicitly explained. And so it's cool to imagine oh, what does that mean, and what happened, and why is this statue here? And it's less is more when it comes to lore. This is ridiculous. I thought that when I last visited here, the numbers of these fellas were trimmed so that they were a bit more comfortable, but clearly there's been a lot of breeding going on since, so that's a bit uncomfortable. I'm gonna need to trim those numbers. Anyway, so that's all that, and then finally down here we've got a tree farm of sorts. Not a farm as such, but a garden of salvation. So you've got the different tree types. If you want to get some wood, you can like chop down the trees. As long as you replant them, that's fine. Yeah, and you can see these leaves are here now, but you can see they're already dissolving because they've got no trees attached to them. So nice little resource if you need some wood and you wanna. It's just a sustainable wood cutting operation. Also, this is testament to the draw distance improvements because you could never see that farm from here before. So that's incredible. Anyway, let's get to what I would call the real economic meat and potatoes. Okay. Let's get to the meat and potatoes of this place. So this is Winterland. We're now going to go see Liberio Factory District. So that railway that we were on down below, that leads up here. So this is your kind of introduction to Liberio Factory District. Yes, this is like the little train station, I guess, that brings you to and from Liberio Factory District. So you've got registration and services, Ursula, Winterland, Volunteer. That'll be part of an ongoing theme. A lot of these villagers were voluntold to work here. So yeah, I really like the aesthetic. So let's go out here, get the last use of our elytra. So in terms of farms, right, let's go over here. Oh, where is it? It's over here, sorry. So in terms of farms, so this whole flat plot of land is basically one massive set of farms. So let's count, shall we? We've got a mega trading hall, and just so you know, there's village traders here, and there's another massive villager trading hall down there. I think in total the amount of villager traders we have, I want to say it's like nearly 150 or something. It's a crazy number. Might be like more, 160, 170. And let me tell you, getting these guys and breeding them, and I'll show you in a bit how I did it, in vanilla survival, man, took hundreds of hours were spent in this place because for the first, I'd say 7-8 years of this world, we were cavemen. We built, at best, iron armor. We built little huts. We had our little territorial disputes. But when Coin's Kingdom was established, and you had some players who traditionally played on PC, and I remember they kind of switched me on to how complicated redstone farms can be, and the actual incredible amount of farms you can build and the resources you can harness. At which point I was just like, yeah, I gotta go and just build a bunch of farms. And like I say, some members of the server disagreed with the sort of almost hacky ways in which you're able to generate resources here, but again, my position is clear. If it's in vanilla, and it's possible in vanilla, and there's no mods or cheats being used, it's canon. It's allowed. So you've got the Liberio Mega Trading Hall, which is about 120, 130 traders, and then combined with these ones here, talking about 150, 160 in total. A bamboo/wood harvester, a super furnace, which is basically an infinite supply of lava, a wood farm, which is out of order. Probably, actually, the most complicated redstone contraption in this server. So it broke. It was just too complicated. Liberio villager cloning facility. So that's how I basically came up with like nearly 200 villagers. Potato farm, bone and arrow farm, lava farm. Sorry, yes, that's the lava farm. The super furnace is basically, you can say you have like 100 bits of iron that you need to smelt. You can chuck them in the super furnace and that it does it all automatically for you. Lava farm, sugarcane farm, golden flesh farm, gunpowder farm, honey farm, iron plus emerald plus XP farm, and iron traders. So that's there. Wool farm, stone farm, cooked chicken and feather farm, beef, leather and milk farm, cooked pork chop and pig farm, and ice harvester. So that's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 farms. And they weren't trivial to build, let me tell you that. So we'll go through them one by one. At least the initial bit of this factory district is lit, so we shouldn't need to worry too much about monsters. So this is our emerald farm / iron farm. So I'm not going to get too into the weeds with the logic of it, but any farms, by the way, that you see this flag in front of, that was built mostly by me. You might see some Coins Kingdom flags as well. They pitched in with building certain farms, but I just took a notion and I really built in August of 2022, New Commonwealth Concordat. So this farm here, iron farm. So to start, you go back here, and you have iron golems that get passed through here, and then when they die, you get iron ingots. You get some inks from some octopuses that spawn, as well as string and roses from spiders and the iron golems themselves. So you gather, once you get all your iron, you can just AFK here. You can just leave your tablet or mobile or console running. Once you got enough iron, you can trade with these guys. So you can see they take iron for emeralds. And I've got, what is it? I can't even remember the names. A weaponsmith, an armor smith, and a toolsmith? Is that the three? Yeah, armorsmith, toolsmith, and weaponsmiths. The good thing about all these guys is they all accept iron for emeralds. So you can get all the iron you want here. You can trade it into these guys for all the emeralds you want. And because of that, you can see they're all master level. And they're selling some pretty good stuff as well. They sell, like, if you want a silk touch pickaxe, if you want armor, it's all here. So it's basically like a infinite cycle of being able to trade in iron for emeralds and spend those emeralds on armor, weapons, or tools. So that's the whole gig. Go over here next. So what we've got here is we've got a wool farm. I won't go into detail about how these work actually, because that'll take too long, but see all our multicolored sheep. And yeah, you can just AFK here again and just wait for all the wool to be generated of different colors. That's really handy. What else we got? I know I said what was happening, the pigs and sheep up there was unethical, but really this is a different ballgame here. Loads of pigs together, and what the crack is here is that I think you can, like, so something, I forget how this works. I have instructions at each one. So you gather potatoes from the Liberio potato farm. You use the rear ladder to access pigs and feed them potatoes. Yes, and then that'll make them breed little piggies, and the piggies fall down here, and when they grow up, then you can hit this, and that burns them all, and you get, there's actually nothing here, but you get, like, pork chops and, pig food, I guess. This is an interesting one here. So I've got an ice farm. So Liberio Ice Harvester, which was established in 2017. Oh, you are kidding. Oh, jeez. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to fix this. I can't believe that. I will be right back. Okay, we're back. That was very unfortunate. That's why I probably shouldn't be playing at night. So, yes, the Ice Harvester. So, obviously, this factory district was established in, was it 2021? But the Ice Harvester is a lot older than that, 2017. Oh, I didn't bring a... Oh, thank goodness. Just realised I didn't have a card with me. I must have left it somewhere. But yeah, where Outer Haven was, I had built, years ago, I had built an ice harvester there. And when we were going through the industrial district, I thought, well, I might as well, you know, an ice harvester only works in an ice biome, so it's not like I'll be able to build a new ice harvester in Liberio. So I thought, why don't I just link via direct nether rail? Why don't I just link the ice harvester to the factory district directly? And then effectively it is, you know, it's a bit of a trek through the railway, but if you really want ice, this is a nice easy way to do it. And funny enough, I built this farm in Legacy Console Edition on PS4. And on the move to, there's some of the bedrock I was telling you about that shouldn't exist in the Nether, but because of, you know, when the world got expanded in the Nether, some of the bedrock walls were deleted. But what was I saying? On the move to bedrock, Legacy Console Redstone worked very similar to Java, I believe, to the point where you could copy Redstone Java builds and they would work. But when we got moved to Bedrock, obviously Bedrock Redstone works different. So any Redstone contraptions, which were very few, but any we did have, broke when we moved to Bedrock. But funny enough, this one didn't, or if it did, you know, it was pretty easy to fix. You can see there's another wee cobblestone hut. Again, just cool to see things like that, because I'm like, oh, was that, you know, was that from years ago? How old is that? What was it for? It's kind of cool just seeing that stuff. Anyway, so here we are. This is the ice harvester. The purpose of this is, if you have a pickaxe with silk touch, you can mine these bits of ice, and you can get them, and you can craft them into what's called packed ice. So I think it's 4 ice blocks makes 1 packed ice block. And you can place, for example, packed ice in the Nether, and it'll never melt. So it's good for, if you need it for some reason, it's always good to have. So step 1, go to the other side of the room. And like I say, redstone, this seemingly didn't break on the move to bedrock, so that was pretty cool. Bro, I really hate to do this, but I have no idea why you guys chose to spawn in here. It's ridiculous. Anyway, step 2, go right. I know, I never trade with these guys, and they spawn everywhere. I feel like they got to do something about them or rebalance them or something. So step 2, go right. Step 3, turn around. Step 4? Oh. Step 4, activate ice farm. Okay, so we activate it. And what this does is, this will go through, you can see those bits of ice on the surface. It'll push the ice down, and it'll create effectively what is a big, massive ice block. The purpose of which being, you, step 5, harvest ice using silk touch pickaxe, and then I said, did you know Liberio's iron traders sell a silk touch pick? Just in case you're missing one. So you go down here, and then it's pretty cool. I used what are they? I could be butchering this. Is it hellfire torches? No, there's no way. What is it? I forget the name of these torches. I feel like Minecraft wouldn't call them hellfire torches, but anyway, the good thing about these is they light up the place, but unlike regular torches, they won't melt the ice. So this is not a silk touch pickaxe, but oh shit. Oh, we're good. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not silk touch, so that would have been a problem if you were using silk touch, you would have just got the ice block. But you can see what I mean, and then you can go, I think it is down here, and you get a much. Now there's a certain limit, I believe. Blocks will only be pushed by pistons so far, and I believe this is the limit. But you can see, you know, you can just mine away at this and get all the ice you want. So it's pretty cool. And I just thought, why wouldn't I hook it into the... Why not hook it into the Liberio factory district? Because I've been sitting here for like 6 or 7 years, not used, so it'd be good just to give it a purpose. And then you can switch it off, and when it switches off, it stays back there. So, yeah, pretty darn cool. Let's go back. And just as a note, you can see, yeah, there's Outer Haven there. And this is... I don't know why I built it inside the big corrupt. This used to be like a part of a wider, bigger castle. When it corrupted, I was just like, I'm not fixing that, so I'm just going to build a wee farm inside it to give it some purpose. So you can see like it was maybe from this point outwards that the chunks got deleted. So, but it's kind of cool. It's almost like, you know, whenever you see, for example, natural disasters in real life, and you see, not to go too far with the example, but like Pompeii, for example. I guess the Minecraft equivalent of that would be little places like that where there were cool buildings and civilization, but, you know, when the chunks get deleted, it just looks like, in a very Minecraft way, it looks like a ruined civilization. So, but it's almost like, you know, as old as this world is, seeing stuff like that, and there's the bedrock wall again, seeing stuff like that, it's almost like, even that bedrock wall is a good example. If you create a Java or Bedrock edition world now, you're not going to see stuff like the bedrock wall or those very specific, unless you purposefully corrupt your world, I guess, you're not going to see those very specific chunk errors. Actually, I don't even think you can get chunk errors like that in today's versions, because if you did that, the world would just corrupt. Whereas in Legacy Console Edition, I think it just wiped your chunks but didn't corrupt your world. So it's just little relics like that that make the world seem old and tells its own story. Beyond the lore and what players have built, when you see technical things like that, you know, it tells a story about all the different versions this world has been hosted on and things. So here we are, back out. Like I said, you've got your pig farm. You have got a cobblestone farm. So use lever to turn factory on and off. So you turn this on, and then I think you just go in here, stand here and mine straight forward. Yeah, there you go. And then don't ask me how this works, I forget, but it's 100% vanilla, trust me. And what happens is then that gets filtered all the way down. And you might see it now. Maybe it takes a while to filter through the hoppers. Maybe it went down that quickly. I don't know. Like if we do it again. So it was 17 there last time. Go down. Yeah, there we go. So and then you have obsidian there to stop the blocks moving. So more reminders to go to the Liberio iron traders and get a silk touch pickaxe if you need. There you go. And then always a good reminder to switch it off after use. Yep, so we got the beef and chicken farms up ahead. I want to keep an eye to make sure no creepers sneak up on me again. So this is cool. This is very automated. You have a bunch of chickens. When they lay an egg, it lands here, and then the chickens hatch. And then every so often, so you've got baby chickens, but when the chickens become big enough, they take up an extra block in terms of height. And I think every time a chicken lays an egg, it triggers a lava to spill out just for a second, and that'll burn any adult chickens. And as you can see, lots of chickens. Oh, lots of feathers. And I gotta get some sleep. But yeah, very useful. Automation is the future. And then here you've got your exact same thing. I won't go into detail on it, but same thing. Chickens, pigs, cows. You can even get milk from these guys as well, which is handy. But yeah, you just feed them. They make babies. The babies are sitting here. They grow up into full cows. You can milk them. You can burn them. Stuff like that, so. They've seen too much. Anywho, so that's kind of what I'm gonna do quickly is I'll fly back this way because that's kind of the end of this section. So over here then, this is now this thing's borked for some reason. I don't know, is it because traditionally, so this is a bee/honey farm, right? So you got all the bees working away, and they've got their little hives, and somehow that hopper cart is meant to catch all the honey. but I don't know why it's not. It used to work and now it doesn't. So I don't know. And you can see funded by Coins Kingdom, so that's cross-server collaboration there. But yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I just need to wait for a bit, because anytime I visit it, I've not stayed for long. So, but yeah, definitely an odd one. Not sure. I need to look into how to fix that. So that farm's there, and then we'll go this way. So this is one of the more, I guess, interesting farms as far as architecture goes. Oh, these leaves. So yes, this is... That was a little diamond horse here. So, what is this? Gunpowder farm, explosive productivity. So yes, this is a farm that's designed to exclusively farm creepers. And there's some way you can design the farm in that it doesn't spawn zombies or skeletons, it only spawns creepers. This was developed by Coins Kingdom as well. Like I say, when they came into the server, they were like, did you know you can do this with redstone and make all these? They basically came into the server, seen us standing with iron armor and, you know, stone swords, and they're like, what have you guys been doing for like 7-8 years? So it was this sort of ingenuity that kind of switched us on to farms and things. So you go up here, Coins Kingdom flag. Go up here. This is pretty cool. I don't know why that enchanting table is standing out so far. That's kind of spooky. In dark times should the stars go out. Pretty spooky. And then Coins Kingdom. Gunpowder farm, travel below for gunpowder harvest. Hold sword, stand here. That must be for XP. Oh no, I'll tell you what it is. So, how does this work? Oh. Okay, well the creepers clearly are dying. Yeah, I guess that just, the creepers fall down, they die, and the sword must just be for XP. Or no, the sword is is it a looting sword? Might be a looting sword, so that would presumably give you more gunpowder. I'm not sure if that's the case. Pretty good view from up here though. All the stars, and it's actually kind of cute with the lanterns. So let's see, are we getting any gunpowder? Yeah, we're getting some. Okay. So yeah, basically you could just stand here. It's all lit up, so it's safe. Just stand here, maybe away from there in case the little flying demons get you when you've not slept for a while. But you could just stand here and, yeah, get your gunpowder, wait it out. It's very scary being this high up, so let's go. So that's there. We have another one. You can see there's a shadow being cast. This is a field creeper farm. And I think what happened there was, for creepers to spawn, it needs to be over a certain biome. And what Coins Kingdom didn't realise when they were building that farm was it was over an ocean biome, so no creepers spawn, so they had to build that over there. I don't really mind it not being torn down though, because it's kind of like I said, it's that weird Minecraft architecture that's kind of cool. So I'm happy with it staying. It's almost like a very rustic factory, Minecraft factory look. So that's that, and then we go forward here. Lots of other farms still to see. So this is a gold and flesh farm. Now I have no idea is there a use for zombie flesh, but what this does is actually looks a bit glitchy today. Weird, but you turn that on, and then what happens is you can see little piglins. Little piglins will kind of, the water's a combination of water and lava, I think, that switch the nether portal on and off. And that spawns, basically the logic is that every time you light a nether portal, there is a small but real chance that a piglin will spawn. So what happens is they travel across the water, and the fall damage means that they die here, and so someone must have taken all the gold. But yeah, you see a lot of flesh, and then normally you'd have just as much gold as you have flesh, but someone must have taken all the gold. So nice little... Good. It's a pretty good, if slightly inefficient, gold farm, but I mean, you know, it works. So let me switch this off. You always want to switch farms off after you use them, because Sometimes if you have a very and I think this happened to Wood Farm, where if you have a very complicated farm running in terms of redstone, and you leave the simulation distance and it despawns, like let's say half of the redstone is in one chunk and the other half of the redstone is in another, and one chunk despawns and the other stays active, that can completely bork the redstone circuit. So it's always good practice just to turn your farms off after you've used them. This is, not gonna lie, probably one of the slowest, actually the slowest farm on the server. So this is a bamboo farm. So you have option one is wait inside for the bamboo to grow, and what happens is when it grows tall enough, the pistons shoot out and chop it down. So yeah, you have 11 bits of bamboo here. That takes ages though, I think. Where is it? Does it say? Yeah, you get 90 bamboo an hour or 20 bamboo planks an hour. So I mean, you know, waiting 3 hours for just one stack of bamboo wood is a bit ropey. But you've got this as well, which is a lot faster. So extra fast bamboo harvester. So you, step one, you fill your chest with bone meal here. So you put bone meal in. And step two, you turn on the farm. And what happens is every tick there's bone meal going into the soil here, and that causes the bamboo to sprout up instantly. So you get a lot of, provided you still have bamboo fuel, or sorry, you still have bone meal fuel in the farm, you'll get a lot of bamboo out of that. So that's just an option if you don't want to wait ages and ages. And there's bone, yeah, I might as well show you how it works. It's only going to be 16 bone meal, but it'll give you an idea of how quick this is. So, oh, I don't want to edit the sign. So put bone meal in, switch on the farm, and you can see there, it's just constantly 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and there's some extra that didn't. But yeah, as you can see, we're out of bone meal now. So, but if you have plenty of bone meal, which you can get from this industrial district as well, you're cooking. So that is pretty cool. Over here, we have the lava farm. Now, you might wonder, like, what do you want a lava farm for? But the reality is, like, let's say there's situations where maybe you want lava for a furnace, or maybe you want to make obsidian, and lots of obsidian. And, you know, yes, you can go to the Nether and get a lot of lava, but that's kind of dangerous, and getting lava in the overworld is tedious. So this is set up so that every block is a solid lava block, and then you have this dripstone which drips lava into these cauldrons, and eventually the cauldrons fill up. And it's like, you know, these blocks of lava don't drain, they're infinite. So when these cauldrons fill up, then you can get buckets, and you can hit your buckets on the bottom of these cauldrons and fill up all the lava you need, which is great. So you can see we've got 2 lava buckets there. So I mean, what is that? That's like, I'm gonna guess that's like, if that's 15 by 15, what is that? That's like 200 plus. My maths isn't very good. 200 plus buckets of lava, and then you just need to wait like 20 minutes to get another 200 plus buckets. So here you have our super furnace. Forge the future. Bit more complicated. I won't go into detail, but in a nutshell, when you set it all up, and it's not hard to set up, you turn on the machine, and basically you go to the top and you place your lava buckets in here, and you place your, say you have iron that you want to smelt, or gold, or sand that you want to smelt in the glass, which my brother has been using a lot to build that big glass dome out by the railway connecting to the core regions. Put all your sand in here, put all your lava buckets in here that you got from the lava farm, and then what happens is they all filter down. So one lava bucket will go in each one, and then each one of your sand blocks will be filtered into each of these, and it means instead of synchronously doing 64 sand blocks at once, you can pretty much asynchronously cook, what is that, at least 1200 sand blocks at a time. So it's a very, very, very quick and efficient way. You can see there's already some glass blocks smelted. Very quick and efficient way to, you know, smelt stuff. So it's what's known as a super smelter, I think, super furnace. So just handier than manually filling up furnaces yourself and waiting for them to tick down and stuff. And it lands all your loot in the one chest, which is also very handy. So there's that. Got a bit of a sad sight over here, I must confess, but that's the price of capitalism. Liberio potato farm. These fellas are working for their freedom. Well, that's what I tell them anyway. So you have this guy, basically, he farms the potatoes when they grow, and he hands the potatoes to this guy, and this guy at the entrance, he chucks the potatoes downstairs, and there you are, potatoes. Funnily enough, without my permission, they started making bread, and I have no idea how they got the materials for bread in there, because it's closed off. But yeah, plenty of potatoes. Good ready source of potatoes if you need them. And then we've got little furnaces there if you want to bake your potatoes as well, which we've got lots of baked potatoes. So that's our little potato farm. What do we got up here? We've got sugarcane. Yeah, sugarcane farm. This works very similar to the bamboo farm in that it uses bone meal to basically grow the sugarcane, and then it chops it down every tick. So, again, that's another situation where that was not visible before the render distance update, so it's very cool seeing that. It looks very rustic and ominous. Anyway, works the exact same way as the bamboo farm, except it's for sugarcane, so with lots of clear steps to use it. And what else we got? Okay, this is one of the darker bits, but it was necessary, I assure you. In order to get all the villagers and all the traders we wanted, what I did was, there's a village up Yay direction, and I brought back a good few of the villagers and put them in this little camp. So, villager cloning facility. It pains me to have to do this, but it was necessary and there was no alternative. It was either breed these guys and loads of them, or kidnap, what would that be? Probably like 12, 13 villages worth of villagers. So this was the more ethical answer. So what you have is, you have these two guys up here. You get them in the mood somehow. You give them like food or something. I think when they're full of potatoes, they're all ready to do their thing. And then they have kids. The kids drop down here. And then they eventually get filtered. How does that work? They drop down here. Huh. I forget how this works, but somehow... Oh, that's how it works. So the babies get dropped down here, and when they become adults, they somehow teleport using that water over here. And then because they're funneled to this corner, if you put a cart down here, say there's like 5 villagers in here, you put a cart down, one of them will automatically teleport and clip into the cart, and then you can activate that, and that'll push the cart out. So effectively you've got an infinite supply of villagers. So you hit the cart flows out, and what I do when I was filling my stations with... is Bro going to attack me? That's a shame. So what I was doing, like say over there, if I was filling my iron trading station with villagers, I would link the railway from here. I would lay it all the way out there, and then you would have your villager cart it all the way over there, and I would do that for every single villager. So it's a bit tedious, but I mean, once you had built this, it was fine. So yeah, unfortunate. Just because it's raining, you guys are coming out to play? Damn. Okay, alright, this is getting ridiculous. Anyway, villager cloning facility. We've only got a few farms left. So here, don't ask me what this is. So this is gobbledygook, cursed stuff. And it's a cursed, it's like a cursed sheep. So our headcanon around this is like some evil spirit that was in some previous world, and they reincarnated here as a sheep, but their crimes are so heinous that we've imprisoned them here. But the whole area is kind of cursed, and the less I tell you, the better. It's kind of spooky. But yeah. Anyway, so they're trapped in here, inside what's that word? Not relic. Oh, it's another word for statue, but they're trapped in their own base, their own idol. That's the word I'm looking for. They're trapped within their own idol, as penance for their sins. So, last 2 or 3 farms. First up, we've got the most complicated bit of redstone, not only in my world, but probably. I don't wanna go too far, but out of all, probably if you were to take like an average set of 30 Minecraft worlds, this redstone would be pretty up there as the most complicated. So the idea for this, it doesn't work, it's decommissioned, I'm not coming back to it, and you can see how complicated it was by the amount of steps, but it was designed so that you could place a seed of a tree and it would use bone meal to automatically grow, and it would use pistons to automatically get rid of the leaves and push the wood out here, so that how do I get out here? So that it would create like the ice farm, it would create a massive block of wood, and you would be able to jump in that wood from here, and you could mine it till your heart's content, and it would work with all different types of trees. But I think it might have been that chunk thing where when you walk out a certain distance, like that's not that wood was supposed to go this way, and it split off that way for some reason, and I think the redstone circuit just got borked. And I mean, I think it took me like 10 hours to wire all of this up. You can see, maybe this isn't doing it justice, but like all the different ticks and the switches, and when that happened, I was like, it's not like debugging code. You can't debug redstone, so I was like, nah, that can be a monument to my overambition. There's just no way I'm going to be able to diagnose what's wrong with that. Nor do I even need it, because we've got that bunch of trees back at Winterland, and we've also got a bamboo wood farm, so the incentive just wasn't there to fix it. But I'll keep it anyway, because it's pretty cool as like an example of engineering. Last 2 farms. So yeah, I'll just put on the elytra, make things easier. So this is, before you seen a farm similar to this, so it was a creeper farm. This is a generalized mob farm, so there's no discrimination between creepers or things like that, but what it does provide you is bones, arrows, gunpowder, and flesh. So pretty much everything that mobs drop. And the reason it has to be so high up is you want to build it high enough so that, for example, if you built it close to the ground, you might have mobs spawning on the ground, which would detract from the mobs spawning in your farm. So you want to build it up so far that you're out of simulation distance of anything else. So the only things that can spawn are the monsters in here. So very similar to the creeper farm. I won't labour the point, but I basically use a what do you call it, a spear? Trident, and I've got it hooked up there so that if anything lands, it just kills them automatically. And then you can go down. Because there's so much loot that drop from these guys, I've just got tons of chests rigged to several layers of chests rigged so that it can capture as much loot as possible. But for example, if you want bone meal for the farms, plenty of bones here. The industrial district itself is almost like a self-sustaining ecosystem. You get bones here, you provide the bone meal at another farm, which gives you resources for another farm, etc, etc. So this is probably the crowning achievement of the industrial district. Built way out in the ocean because I didn't want... Oh, there's some weirdness with... There were nearby villages, and I didn't want the villagers in here interacting with the villages over there. So I built it out in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the sea, so that basically this is the only home that the villagers know. There are 124 traders in residence here, village traders, So like I said, back at the iron farm, you're looking at armor traders, tool traders, and weapon traders. This hall contains every other type of trader that you could ever want. So I'm thinking like farmers, map guys, things like that. So the first couple of traders are, they sell every single enchantment, but the max version of that enchantment. So Silk Touch, projectile protection 4, respiration 3, piercing 4. There's no piercing 5, there's no respiration 4. Like, this is the max version of each enchantment, and you can just see, power 5, you can just buy it off them. And it was great that I built this, because I built this back in, when was this built? September 2022. What was it? The most recent update, they changed it so that you can't, if you want certain enchantments, you need to spawn villagers in different biomes. And then as well, something like the enchantments they do sell have been nerfed, so they're not, you can't get the max versions of enchantments anymore from a lot of them. So it was good that I built this while the going was still good, because now we've got, if you want mending, you can get it here. If you want to build the ultimate PvP loadout or PvE loadout, you can do it. It's got everything, so that's great. And then apart from that, you have got these guys. What do they sell? Food? Yeah, meat. Butchers. You've got the map guys, so if you want to find the nearest woodland mansion or the nearest underwater temple, you can do that. You've got the potion guys, the farm guys, you've got cauldron guys. These guys sell leather, don't they? Yeah, leather armor. You've got the stone cutters, the clothes guys. I don't know what to sell. Kind of like clothes things. You got the archer guys. What are they called? Fletchers? And finally, maybe these are the farm guys. Yeah, they sell food and campfires and stuff, so. Every trader is represented here, and 10 of them are represented for each profession. So that, in conjunction with all the traders for armor, tools, and weapons, means the Liberio factory district contains your every need if you're looking to go shopping. So, yeah. And that is it for I believe that's it for the Liberio factory district. Oh, there is one thing. Would I be able to find it? Oh man, that's there was this great so behind our backs, we didn't even know it. So one of the fellas from Coins Kingdom came down, and we were building out the factory district, and that was fine. But behind our backs, and oh my god, where is it? Let me get back to you. Let me find this quick, and I'll find the coordinates and I'll show this to you because it's really awesome. Okay, got the coordinates. So 4340 minus 200. 4340. Okay, so it's about this way. So anyway, sorry, I was rambling there. Behind our backs, when we were building all this stuff, one of the fellas from Coins Kingdom came down and built, like, just behind our backs, and I think one of us stumbled on it. I can't remember, but it's the sort of thing where if you stumble on it, it's super, you're like, whoa, what is going on here? But it's basically like a big, spooky looking church. But I gotta show you it because the actual locale is so cool. Way off course in that coordinate, but we're getting close. Here we go. So he built it in the middle of nowhere in the winter bit. So 43 minus 200. So you're looking about this way. Yeah, here we go. Look at this. Look at this. Just a massive, like, what would you call this? Like I don't know, it's just so cool. It's like a little area surrounded by mountains. But then, and it's just like, you imagine if you, oh, that's kind of, That is very ominous, that arrow being shot at the top of the door, almost like a message. Like, if you imagine, not that it's likely, but if you were just wandering the wastes and you came across this randomly, you'd be like, what? That is bang on above the door, wow. Anyway. So yeah, very spooky. Real spooky. And I think you got a little chest here with some bread in it. Got some nice moss stones. So like I said, this was probably built around like late 2021, early 2022. Little bell. So yeah, I remember coming across this and I was just like, it was such a, I guess the natural locale was so beautiful, and then you come in and it's such an ominous place in the middle of nowhere. So yeah, really awesome. And that's why I love having like a persistent server that you leave online for years, is that people build this sort of stuff. And there could be more stuff like that out there that you'll just never know about. So it's really cool. Anywho, that is basically... let me try and remember what coordinates... Actually, you know what? I forgot the coordinates of Winterland, and I might be flying around here for a bit trying to find them. So let me get back to you when I'm back at Winterland. And so I've kind of seen everything there is to see in Winterland and the industrial district. Yeah, I don't think there is anything else to see, though that was quite a lot in fairness. So yeah, let's go back to the Nether hub. Now, it has to be said, again, you know, I'm showing you guys the main points of interest, but there's countless little, like, might be as simple as like a little hut someone's left in the middle of nowhere, or, you know, there's lots of little stories that you would come across in this world if you were to explore it for yourself. But this is like the main highlights, and you know, there's more, there's a lot, what's the word? All these little bits that I'm not showing are kind of greater than the sum of their parts, because it's just cool. Like, you might see stuff that's a couple of years old and the way it's built looks very like amateurish, but it's how people built in Minecraft back then. It's like, you know, you look back at like 2011 Minecraft and the way people built castles, and we didn't have as many blocks back then, so the architecture was a bit more limited. It's cool seeing stuff built that way in this world, and you look back and you're like, oh, that's how, you know, those are the tools we had to work with back then, and that's how we were limited. So yeah, and also, yeah, there is, call it weird, but there is something really cool, especially as you get into the core regions again. Like, we're barreling towards the core regions of the Nether, as well as like the overworld. But it's really interesting to me that was generated, that terrain was literally generated on the processor of a PlayStation 3, and it was stored in some dusty old hard drive that was due to fail in a couple of years anyway, and despite all that, it got moved off, and then it was on PS4, and now that same little save file that, you know, the PS3 cell processor kind of generated, that world, it's now hosted in some big data center in some Microsoft warehouse for Microsoft Realms. So there's just that whole journey that the save file has had is really fascinating to me. So we've kind of seen most of the big points of interest, at least linked by Nether. The one big one we haven't seen is the Sword Colony. Now, I'm going to cut to when we arrive, because it's 15 minutes there and 15 minutes back. So it is really not worth you guys sitting for a half-hour round trip through what is just going to be me on a railway. So I will come back when we arrive at Sword Colony. Alright, we are here. So yeah, that was 15 straight minutes of traveling via rail. I don't know how many blocks worth of railway it took, but it wasn't a short job, that's for sure. but we got here in the end, so. So yeah, this is Sword Colony, and like I said before, this was like, you know, obviously the world, we're still building things in our world, stuff like that, but when you've built up a base or 2 bases, you get to the point maybe where like, especially when you do it within a short period of time and no updates have really came out, you're kind of thinking, well, what else is there for me to do? So this was built as a sort of, you know, not to be used immediately, but if we ever get to the point where we're collectively like, right, we've all built a bunch of stuff, we're all kind of getting bored of the current Minecraft phase, let's just almost like starting a new world, but without starting a new world, like where we get to keep all the progress in one server. We're all able to come here all at once. This is like a sky island of sorts. No way. Okay, I know I've been ranting about render distance this whole playthrough, but before, I think when the draw distance used to be 12 chunks, they've bumped it to 20. When it was 12, you could not see you couldn't see surface level. Like, it was just, it looked like pure fog down there. So that is incredible to me that you can now see land from here. Anyway, like I say, we all get bored, and when it comes to the point where we're like, right, we want to start fresh, but with the added twist of, it's like those, you know, those survival multiplayer servers that became really popular on YouTube during COVID, where you had different YouTubers that joined and they created like little alliances and they'd blow each other up and they'd grief each other and stuff like that. It's that sort of thing, like a fresh reboot where the whole setup is, let's just build bases, but with the knowledge that you have free reign to create alliances or kill each other or sabotage each other. Anything you build isn't safe here, basically. So, Sword Colony, this is a sky island, and this is designed as like a little, you know, yeah, it looks nice on the surface, but it's designed as a sort of welcome garden. And if you can imagine all the members of the server coming in, personal quarters, colony rules, and more. So you go down, and now this was Coins Kingdom that built a lot of this. Well, actually, the Sky Island, I would say, I built. I contributed maybe like a quarter of the building effort to this, but then most of my effort was in defining the borders for the actual colony and stuff like that, which you'll see in a bit. So yeah, you've got, let's see, developed in cooperation with Coins Kingdom 2023. Developed in cooperation with the New Commonwealth Concordat 2023, and you've got it's an interesting aesthetic. I kind of like it because it's very I don't know how to describe it. It's very unique. Like, you've got the little glowing berries, the vines on the wall. There's the flag of Sword Colony. So you've got the personal quarters over here. Similarly, you've got personal quarters on this side. You've got big windows on the edges where you can look down towards the area below. And how many rooms are there? I mean, there's at least 6 or 7. I won't count them, but there's a good few rooms. Like, there's F, there's H. So the personal quarters aren't too crazy. You got a bed, you got a chest to put all your... So say you come here with, like, your basics. The idea is you'll dump all of your stuff in here. And the only things... You'll basically take nothing with you when you drop into Sword Colony. The only things you'll take are a bed... And that's it, I feel like. Just a bed for you to be able to set your spawn so that if you die, you can respawn back here. In the case that you do die without a bed and you end up spawning back at 0, because like, look at my coordinates, it's 15,000 by 43,000. On the chance that you spawn back at 0, if someone griefs your bed, for example, what you can do, you can just go straight into the Nether portal and get the railway straight back here, even if it takes 15 minutes. And then what you'll do is you'll come in and drop straight back down and try and build yourself back up again. And you can maybe take a bed with you just to get set up quicker. But yeah, here's your little personal quarters. You can drop all your items from the old world here. More personal quarters. So yeah, that's all pretty self-explanatory. And I like how each of the personal quarters, they have each a different look. Some of the rooms have single beds, some of them have double beds, some of them have paintings, some of them don't, stuff like that. So you dump off all your stuff in your personal quarters, and then you might run around and convene with people. And the next thing you'll be doing is coming into here, which is Sword Colony Skyview and Colony Rules. So from here, you can see basically all of Sword Colony. And that's it. It's basically as far as you can see here, that's how far it extends. And you can see here, that little circle, that's where we are right now. That's a little sky base. And when you drop down, you'll drop in the ocean. And it's pretty interesting geographically, because I always like for example with the PS3 with the PS3 core regions, the actual PS3 home continent was very interesting in that you had different biomes, and you had the real heart of the continent, which was the, what was it called, Emerald Hills biome or something, basically the big green fields that my brother occupied, and then I occupied like the taiga and some of the surrounding biomes. So it's interesting here, you drop down, you have the choice of staking your claim into this big continent separated by rivers. So maybe it'll end up when we're playing, maybe people will claim different parts of this continent separated by the rivers. So this could be country A, country B, country C, stuff like that. Or someone could just stake a claim and try and take the whole continent. You could have someone try to take this island for themselves, or you could have people that just take this little corner continent and try to, defend it from attacks and stuff. So just the rivers and the continents and the different islands, it's very interesting. And there's a lot of, I won't say too much, but I made sure that there was an end portal here, as well as an ancient city, and I think and a woodland mansion. All the big kind of points of interest are here, which is why it's so far out, because I wanted somewhere that had all these natural points of interest, as well as, a good separation of continents with rivers and ocean, and that's partly why we went so far out. And again, you look there, 2 little islands, maybe people could run off and try and defend those islands, stuff like that. So, when we do play this, it'll be really interesting. So if you want to know the Sword Colony rules, you turn around. Colony rules. 1. No items or gear permitted past world entry point, and I'll show you that in a second. 2. You set your bed spawn as soon as you drop into Sword Colony. So once you drop in and find a spot you like, you should be setting your bed spawn. 3. If you die without a bed, use the Nether rail to travel back here. Rule 4, this sky base is off limits once you drop into the Sword Colony, so you can't drop in and then build back up here and use this as your base. This is supposed to be a staging ground this is for new entrants to Sword Colony, or if you've been griefed and you need to respawn, you can get your railway back here, but no one should be claiming this sky base as their own. 5, you're supposed to remain within the pre-built colony walls, which I will show you. Basically, they're walls that I have drawn all along the borders of Sky Colony, so the edges here. And believe me, you'll know it when you see it, they're hard to miss. 6, PvP is permitted, but don't be a jerk. So basically, if someone spends ages building something, yeah, go kill them, burn it down, whatever, but don't, if they've put especially a lot of effort in, like say they've spent a whole week building something, yeah, destroy a few blocks, maybe use a few TNT, but don't be an absolute jerk and destroy it all, If someone's emotionally invested in something, you can kind of tell, even though they should know when they're building it, nothing's off limits, equally don't be a geef about it and just make a point of destroying everything they build just for the purpose of it. Rule 7, no PvP permitted outside of Sword Colony, so, like I say, if you were to go back to the core regions and, for example, grief Winterhell Castle or grief the naval base that I was showing you, that would be, not that that's ever happened or anything close to it, but it would be a hard ban, because you just can't be, you can't be messing with people's PvE builds like that. And rule 8, do not damage Nether rail from spawn to Sword Colony. So yeah, if someone dies and they need to get the rail back here, that's not on if you're destroying the railway, because it's a 15-minute trek on the railway. You don't, if someone were to travel here via Overworld, it would just 2-hour trip at least, so. those are the rules, and then the world entry point. So the idea is you go to your little quarters, you socialize with other people, set your bed spawn, you get your little chest, and in my case, I would throw all of this in. I wouldn't keep any of my armor, any of my tools. The only thing I'd be taking with me is a bed. And I believe maybe that's the last thing I need to do. Yeah, I need to put a bed in everyone's chest. Or maybe that's done up here. But yeah, you come to here. World entry, inventory must be empty beyond this point. No return past this point. And no return past this point. So these doors are designed, once you go through them, you can't go back. Obviously, you could dig through here if you wanted, but, you know, be good sports about it. Take a bed. Yes, so actually the beds are here. So I need to add more beds, but ideally you take one with you when your inventory is empty. And then that's you. You drop into the sword colony. That's a weird looking hole in the cloud. So you drop in, you just go wee. And then you're in. And then this is where it starts. So it's kind of like, I guess at the very start of it, it would almost be like Hunger Games. Everyone goes off in a different direction and tries to stake their claim. And the good thing about seeing the map before you drop in is you can kind of get a sense of where you want to go. And the map is orientated so that, you know, if there's a location you want at the top of the map, when you drop out, you go towards the top of the sword colony to find it. So, because we had a big discussion, we were like, well, we want a PvP server and we want to switch things up. Do we create a new server and then keep it, or do we, you know, and then when the server's done with, do we splice that little bit of land out and patch it into the original vanilla server? But what we didn't like about that was, A, it created a new server and a new world and disregarded the history of this one. And B, even if we did do something like splice what was the land of a new PvP server into this one, that goes against the whole vanilla ethos and not messing with the map. And, you know, in this server's whole history, the worst we've ever done is maybe rolled back the server to a previous backup if, you know, there's been a corruption bug, or if someone's had a bug that's caused them to lose a lot of progress. And that's been rare, like very rare. So we don't want to... This was the best solution, and it was kind of fun as well to create the sky base and the real link and try and find somewhere in our own world where we could almost create a new server. And you can see we've got villages here as well. So, and there's nothing built here as such. This is just sword colony, and it's up to the people who drop in here to build their way. So I'm gonna keep track of where this base is. So the borders I was talking about, you're probably wondering like, okay, if I drop in, how do I know that I'm not gonna walk all the way back to the core regions, which is pretty impossible given how far away this is. But let's say you keep walking and you're like, oh, actually, how do I know if I'm within the borders? So this is how you know. So it's not a hard limit that stops you from going forward. Like if you wanted, you could like swim under or jump over, but it's an honor-based system, so there's more than enough land here for everyone. And this border is basically designed, you know, if you're walking around, let's say you're over here and you're walking around, it is very clear, no matter what Y level you're at, that that's the border, right? And that extends all the way. There's the woodland mansion I was talking about. That extends all the way over here and all four corners of the colony. And believe me, it was a little tough, especially when the terrain got a bit ropey like this. You know, beneath all these trees, you can still see the wall. But if the Y level... Oh, what is going on? Damn, Realms is not keeping up. Holy... Guess we need to give it a second. Let's see. I'm just saying, I am hardwired in the Ethernet here, so I don't know. Has the server crashed? Let's see. Huh. There we go. My God, that took a while. Anyway, so yeah, even you can see the wall there. I kept whatever surface level was, I built the wall on, and then at a constant Y level, I built these two, and you can see at the corner, you know, for example, If you're... Oh. Yeah, if you're over here... Oh, I've fallen into some snow, clearly. Okay, can I get rid of this? There we go. You know, that's impossible to miss. You know, and it's kind of cool because it gives me like a Hunger Games vibe as well. Like when those in the movies when they came up against the border of the world, it's pretty obvious. So that's the whole setup with Sword Colony. And that's, you know, just to remind you, no one stepped foot in here apart from the architects, which is myself and someone from Coins Kingdom. Oh, emeralds, cool. So, you know, this is all to be used, but I'm sure probably maybe this Christmas potentially, or some other time of year where everyone's bored and we're getting into our Minecraft phase again. This is where it'll come in handy. It'll give everyone a fresh breath of air, and you know, it'll be pretty fun. So I'm going to, because the Sword Colony trip is so long, I'm going to teleport back. Not teleport. I'm going to travel back to the core regions, but I'll save you guys the trip. So I'll see you guys in like 15 minutes. But yeah, this is all there is to say about Sword Colony. Okay, so we're back. What had happened was I had travelled back to the core regions via the Nether Railway from Sword Colony, and I had ended up... Oh, okay, this is better. I'd ended up flying all the way to this last spot that I wanted to show you guys, because this is kind of... I've kind of shown everything I think I can show, without the video literally being about 10 hours long. Oh wow, I took a lot of damage there. Oh! Let me get inside real quick, because we're looking a bit ropey out here. Okay. Oh my god, that was traumatic. So yes, in a nutshell, I was traveling back from Sword Colony, got back to the core regions, and then I went in this big spiel about where I intended to take the world in the future, or where we as a server intended to take this world in the future. Basically, I wanted to come to this last spot to end the video on. But what had happened was I took my elytra and I flew from the core regions. You can see in my coordinates, I flew from about, let's say 0, because that's where spawn is. I flew to nearly 4,000. But I don't know what was going on when I was flying here. You had the typical sort of realms draw distance issues where it was struggling to load and struggling to keep up with the elytra. But I did land and that was fine. But it just would not... Like, I was standing here and there were chunk errors everywhere and it was struggling really bad. And it got to the point where I was standing there for about 5 minutes. And then I was like, okay, screw this. I'm going to go into the settings and turn down the draw distance just to see if it helps it. But then the game completely crashed and I lost the recording. So we're back here now. Anyway, that is to say, traditionally I would have defended Bedrock a bit. They have really improved the stability in recent years. Realms has gotten much better. But I gotta say, that is the worst experience I've had with both Bedrock and Realms probably in like 4 to 5 years. That was just atrocious. So I know they've expanded the draw distance recently, and I know they're adding lots of new stuff, but I think it's about time they kind of went back and had a bit of a health pass on the code here, because it was struggling big time. But anyway, that's besides the point. We're here now. So yes, I'd said that I'd wanted to end the video here. This is the last little spot that I wanted to show you guys. And it's nothing special, don't get me wrong. It's not like a super amazing spot, or there's, you know, or it's not like a super amazing build or anything. But what I like about it is essentially this is in the far south of the map, and I had to bring up one of our world backups and open it in a map viewer just to find this place. But I remember coming across it before, so my brother had invited some of his university friends. This was maybe like, I don't know, a year or two ago. Ooh, let me kill this guy just so my Anxiety doesn't kill me. There we go, okay. My brother had invited a bunch of his uni friends to the server, and they had kind of went to the far south of the map. And like I say, I was able to find it using the map viewer. But they kind of built this, and I had only discovered it long after they had kind of finished up with the server, and I don't know when's the last time they logged in, but it's been a couple of years anyway. There's just something cool about this was built and I had no idea, and I think it was my brother had showed me it. But it was in the far south of the map, nowhere you'd think to look. There was no civilization nearby. It was just, thousands of blocks in either direction. There's nothing. And here was kind of a group of people who had built a little, I guess, farm, household, stronghold. And I think that exemplifies what, I've said it a few times now, it exemplifies what I love about having this server up 24/7. I'm not always on it, of course. There might be people that play it. Certain friends in real life, if we kind of trust them not to be a geef about it, and if we kind of trust them as people who are not going to join and grief the world, and who want to contribute positively to it, it's really cool that these people can join and do stuff like this, and we know, as the owner of the world, I just knew nothing about it. And when you come across it, it's almost like, it's really interesting to see what they built, and like for example, let's take a little look around. So we have a little dock in here with a little piggy in a boat, and there's no rhyme or reason to that, but it's just cool to think someone put this little piggy here, and he's been here for eons, and he's just sitting chilling. And had my brother not shown me this place, I would have no idea that piggy existed. You've all these horses. And then you have their little base. What's it called? Used for shelter and tools, adventure lies beyond. So yeah, they just had a bunch of, all this stuff. How long has this been sitting here? Like I said, it's been a couple of years. But it's cool to think, all this stuff would just, had my brother not shown this to me, and maybe if he didn't even know about it, all this stuff would be sitting in this chest and potentially never touched again. And it's interesting to think, are there other spots in our world that are like that I don't know about? And I know we've got the map viewer for world backups, and you can use that to find certain points of interest. But, if you're not looking in a specific spot, you're not going to notice these type of builds. So I guess that's how I would close it. Yeah, it's been great to tour the world, but there could be lots of other little builds like this that I don't know exist. And this is just what I love about it, is the unknown, these little abandoned structures that people may or may not come back to, but the fact that they're here adds to the history of the world. And who knows, in another 10 years, now this is going to sound crazy, but I fully intend in my will, whenever I'm way older and I have, let's say I have grandkids, I'm going to be getting them on this server and making them work the fields and making them build cool stuff for me. And they might not like it, but in my will, it's going to be, I don't know, Tommy, I leave this world to you. Please continue paying for Realms monthly. And then his grandkids will play on it. Now that sounds wild, I know, but the world's been here for 10 years. And could just be like Lego. Maybe it's timeless. Maybe people will play on Minecraft worlds for decades and decades to come. So, yeah, that's it really. I think this is a perfect place to end it. It just exemplifies why I love having the server up and having it be persistent. And yeah, I know it's been a really long one. I've taken a few breaks in between the making of this. But it's been really fun to explore the world again from scratch. And yeah, who knows? Maybe in a couple of years I'll do another update video. But if you're fascinated at all by the world and you want to know more about it, like I said, I have that video up on my channel. I'll link it in the description. But it goes over how the world changed with each update, and the world borders, and who joined, and the lore, and any technical I can't speak. Any technical weirdness to do with the world because it's so old. All that stuff, and the systems it was hosted on, and the drawbacks and advantages of each. All that stuff, if you're curious for more intrigue on the world, it's all there. But this was just a fun little tour around the world, as long as it took. Testament to how old the world is, I would say. But yes, thank you for joining me, and yeah, have a good one. And yes, goodbye. Ta-ra.